Okay, I guess we're live now. And before any people come in, there's gonna be a little Easter egg for the people who are who watch the videos. There's a song I found, and I'm like, this song is really great. I like it a lot, and I kind of learned it today. So I'm gonna play it for you, and then we're just get back to game deving. I have some ideas. I have some cool little toys too, so we're just gonna do it. Pretty little lady, whoa whoa, a pretty little baby, whoa whoa, pretty little baby. You say that maybe you can think about me and call me baby, pretty pretty baby. I'm hoping that it's true. You can ask the flowers, I talk for hours, speaking to the blue jays, the Bill and Coo birds, pretty pretty baby. I'm so in love with you. Alright, I just wanted to show a little bit of that. I found it from a Fruitiger Arrow ads video recently, and I'm like, alright. It's so catchy, man. It's so catchy. Alright, that's your Easter eggs for people watching the video. Now we're actually gonna do some work. And actually, today's gonna be very interesting because I got a new CD player and I've been burning music onto it and I've been using it lately, and that's part of this whole audiological thing I have going on here. But not only do I have that, I also have a FM radio right there that also has cassettes and stuff like that. So it's pretty freaking cool. It's this bad boy right here. You can't really see it that well. And on top of that, I am transmitting the audio from the CD to that through FM, and then I have a little microphone there on there. So we're going to be listening to it, and hopefully that little bit of reverb will be enough to maybe avoid some copyright detections. I don't know. Hopefully this guy actually skips a good amount, so like it's not as easy for YouTube, but I don't know. They have pretty smart people working there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they can still detect it, but whatever. Today's gonna be a day of just trying stuff out. So yeah. So I think I was gonna put on my chill video game music mix from the background, but I guess we'll start with that, and then I'll put something more relaxed, more atmospheric like the last stream. So cool. I guess without further ado, and I'm gonna press play, and we're gonna start thinking about the things we're gonna be doing today, some of the work we're doing. And hopefully you can hear it pretty well. I'm not sure how well it's picking up for you guys. Yeah, it's somewhere there. Alright, so let's talk about plans. Let's talk about plans, shall we? Edit anyways. Delete it. Yeah. Okay. So we've been doing this whole... Oh, it's still here. Cool. So we've been doing these to-dos I have here with this whole hub world and with this whole representation stuff and all that stuff. I haven't figured out the bug yet, but I think today we're going to do a little pivot. I think I want to start working on some actual aesthetic things and not just mechanical things. Of course, there's some mechanical things I need to take care of, but I think, I would like to tackle some aesthetic things today. So I'm thinking maybe I'll go to Krita, do a little bit of sketching for what I think this thing could look like. What's up, Alde Baron? Abaran. Good to have you here. Hope you make yourself comfortable and cozy here, and we shall be on our way. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Turns out a lot of software does not like low resolution. Does not like it. And I can't put the CD player too far away from the FM radio, because this is transmitting through FM, so like it would be pretty bad if you were to hear just really aggressive static all of a sudden. And let's see if my Wacom tablet actually is working, or if I'm gonna have to reconfigure it like last time. I'm assuming I'm probably gonna have to do that, which it is what it is. And how's the music? Let me know if I need to put it a little bit higher, a little bit lower, if it's too distracting. We can figure it out from there. Where's my pen? Where is my pen? I know for a fact I had my tablet pen here. I think I moved it at some point. I should probably also open up Unity and stuff, because I want to start setting up a new hub world scene. I kind of want to actually start whiteboxing before I even do some illustrations and art. I think we're going to start there, actually. Yeah, we'll just do Unity. Okay, and while that loads up, permit me perhaps to look for my tablet pen, because I probably scuffled it around without thinking about it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, not here. Alright, well, Unity's loaded up, so I guess I'll worry about that when it's time to actually start doing some drawing. Yeah. Future problems for future me. Okay. That's fine. I think I might boost up my mic a little bit. Put it into, at 0 dB mode. Cool. So I'm gonna we have this like testing ground scene that we're using to kind of test some of these mechanics, but I think I'm gonna start duplicating it. I'm gonna make a hub world scene now. I'm gonna call it hub world, and we're gonna start doing some whiteboxing of some sort. Yeah, Kayun, I'm indeed on Linux right now. The only distribution to be on. One second, let me move this around like this. Yeah, it's a bit easier for me. It's a bit easier for me to manage things when I have it more present. So we have our new hub world level now. And we're gonna be cleaning this up because I think we're gonna be doing what distro I'm using. I'm using Ubuntu. Simple old Ubuntu with an i3 window manager. Mostly just because, hey, this is the first distro I used and it's reasonably comfortable for me. Though I'm thinking more about trying something out, doing something a little bit different. But we'll worry about that stuff later. And I think before I even start making this level, I think it's high time I made a template scene so that when I make new levels in the game, I can just duplicate this template scene. I could just make a prefab, but you know. Tomatoes, right? Alright. So we've been working on this. We've been working on this whole display thing. And I could keep trucking along in terms of implementing and debugging that weird issue we were encountering before. But I'm kind of a form then function, not form follows function, but form is just cooler and it makes me want to deal with function more. So I think instead of having this really jank kind of presentation for this, I think I want to start building out the vision for what this hub world's going to look like, what the UI for this is going to look like, and what the doors are going to look like. And I think once I have something that looks cool and rad, something that feels very, I don't know, something that I think looks cool, I'd feel way more motivated to tackle some more of the implementation issues. Why is the normal not working correctly? And I think, yeah, maybe one little thing I want to work on though, is that I want to change the multiplicative for the shadow, because the drop shadow, you can barely see it. yeah, so we're gonna do some stuff and some minor fine tuning stuff. It's gonna be very quick, and then we're gonna be doing some more immediately visible, I don't know, changes, if you can describe that. All right, let me lower down I'm not sure if it's too loud. I'll leave the music as is right now. Okay. Maybe put the audio a little bit higher, or is it already maxed out? I'm gonna put it a little bit higher. Okay, cool. Let's open up some player scripts, do some modifications there. Turn down a little bit. Yeah, when I burned my mix, I realized I didn't have any considerations about mastering or anything like that. So like, some of these songs have wildly different levels. Advanced Unity integration is unavailable. Okay, who cares? We're fine. We're fine. What's up, Kate? Kate? Or Keat? I'm not sure how you'd like me to pronounce it. I'm trying my best. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff I have open here, don't I? Yeah, we're not going to do a lot of that stuff. We have the drop shadowcaster, that I need that. We're not going to debug this. We're not going to debug. We're not going to do any more vector extensions. We're not going to do the state transition stuff. We're just going to keep today simple. We're going to just focus on the visible things. Player camera control, maybe relevant, I don't know. Player controller, sure. Night, we don't need that. That's from, oh no, that's from this game, never mind. I just use the same class name for everything. What's up? What code is that? C#. It's for my game. Draculoro podcast. Well, you're programming some games. What's up, Kilua? Yeah, hello, fellow devs. My fellow devs, welcome here. It's a pleasure to have you. Okay, let's put that. We're gonna keep it a little bit more tasteful. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do some simple stuff today. Nothing too crazy. The whole application state transition issue I'm dealing with that's gonna be an off-stream bug I deal with, because I'm gonna have to. I don't really feel pressure when I'm streaming. Like, I don't feel that, but I do not. It's one of those things where I'm just gonna be sitting silently and I'm gonna be walking around doing other things around the house, and then eventually I'm like, oh, maybe I should try this thing, and then it just works, and life is good. Yeah, there's something else with this too that we're gonna have to deal with, but we'll do that when the time comes. What are you doing? I'm gonna be modifying the drop shadow for the character, so for the player, and then maybe modifying the jump a little bit, make it feel a little bit less jarring in some places, and we're gonna see what goes from there. It's morning, you legit motivate me to code. Let's go, Kilo. That's the goal here. That's the goal. I'm gonna show you the game. What type of game? I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna show you one right now. This is the game we're making. It's a 2.5D pixel platforming. Yeah, you guys like the CD player for all the audio in the stream? All the highest equipment, like highest tier equipment, and we're just using good old fashion early 2000s Panasonic radio, FM radio with a disc player. Anyways, this is the type of game we're making. This is the type of, well, this is a little test scene for experimenting. Yeah, and you can see there's some weird jank that still exists. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, we're gonna start work on the hub world and start work on level transitions and all that kind of fun stuff. There's more graphics code stuff I want to work on, like implementing cast shadows for these guys and for this, and I still want to do the volumetric lighting, because I think it would be potentially really cool to have volumetric lighting in the game, but as things stands right now, I think I want to start focusing on actually mechanically important parts of the game. If I do any optimizations or things, Like if not graphics code, like there's also optimizations I need to do with this, but like the cleaning mechanic of the game. But all things in due time. Right now we're gonna focus on stream on just simple things like the drop shadow and the jump a little bit, and we're gonna see how things go from there. Do you need any help? I'm good. It's fun to do. This is just a hobby. Or not even a hobby. It's kind of like it's semi-serious, but like it's not my day job, and I'm not even really trying to make it my day job. I just like making games, and you know, it'll take as long as it takes to make a game. Take Unity tutorials or any on Unity website and practice and experiment. How to become a game developer? Yeah, so like here's the thing, right? Because like even Unity's, you know, I haven't worked with them or used their tutorials or anything like that, right? I will say this though, like I think before you do anything, just have a goal in your mind. Because there's this thing that happens to people where they get stuck into tutorial hell because the tutorials are the goal in of themselves, so they end up just kind of doing tutorials. I think it's very important, especially for like motivation, to have like a goal that you're trying to do, whether it be making a, you know, have a game in mind that you want to make or maybe some other kind of thing. And then in pursuit of that goal, start finding the information you need to make that goal happen. And it can start with like choosing your engine. It doesn't have to be Unity. It could be a multitude of other types of engines that exist out there. And then start like building your path towards that goal. Yeah, we're using Vim. Is my best friend when it comes to programming. I'm gonna say, man, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't really like that. I'm not even trying. It just happens every stream. I would advise you, especially early on, to like not rely on ChatGPT. I think there's a lot of value you can get from doing things the hard way and taking the long way around as opposed to getting the direct answer. But at least like I think an important thing is actually programming and just doing projects. There's definitely people out there who don't do that, right? And I think the biggest place to learn is to do working on projects and stuff like that. Where is this thing I'm doing here? Yeah, I was gonna work on the drop shadow. We're gonna work on the drop shadow and change the coefficients you're using and the scale factors on top of that as well. I think I started doing that and I just kind of forgot to. Alpha factor, and then where's the scale factor? Here we go. Yeah, I'm using Vim though, Kate. Your keyboard is dope. The split must be comfy. Yeah, it's my go-to. I love it. I have a 1985 IBM keyboard I use on streams, like somewhat regularly. But this is the most cozy, the most ergonomic thing for my fingers. It's the thing that I went to deal with my carpal tunnel, and lo and behold, I don't have any carpal tunnel anymore. No issues, no symptoms, nothing. We're good. Yo, what's up, asshole? You can make your own. Yeah, dude. I started working on my own engine, and even like with working on my own engine, actually, I've done a few iterations of engines and like Rust, and then I moved to C++, and there's a whole thing going on there. What's going on here? There we go. There we go. I think I can boost up the highs so it doesn't feel so muddy. I don't know. This is nostalgic for me. What is this, brother? A game we're working on. I'll show you in a second. Isn't hard. You have to learn by doing, and once you start solving problems, you build the mind and skill. Yeah, exactly. Like you start building. The hardest part is just like building this schema or this mental structure for a problem space. But after you go through that, a lot of the rest of your journey is just extending that, you know? What's up, Alex? Vague question. Aswin. Is that a CRT monitor? Yes, it is. Castery Angan. I'm sorry, man. Oh, man. How does Unity scripting works? How does Unity scripting work? Yeah, it's kind of okay. I see why he said that was a very vague question. The general, like, actually, I need to understand better, right? Like, cause like we can talk about the cause I don't even know about a lot about it, right? Like the form function stuff and how the engine provides hooks to C#.net for this kind of stuff, for the event calls and all that business. I'm not too aware of it. I just know it's a thing that happens at some point or another. And then you have like different options for backends when you actually compile. As far as just like the general structure of C# and how it works for Unity Engine, that's a different thing too. It's a lot more simpler than Unreal. Did you make your own assets? Yeah, I make for all the games I do, all my own music, all my own assets, all my own code. I like the whole process of making games. In fact, that's why we're going to be doing some illustration and maybe some basic modeling today at some point. And I should probably open up Sprite too, shouldn't I? Yeah, we should probably do some Spriting at some point. I also need to find the I need to find some stuff. I don't know why it doesn't save like my progress and things I've done, but it is what it is. We'll deal with that later. I wish I could use this as my only image editor, but alas, I cannot. Alas, there's other things that do HD better. Oh well. Source of CRT monitor, it's pretty prevalent. If you go to events or go on Facebook Marketplace, you can totally find a bunch. I have 3 right now. There's one here, and another one right there, and one over there. Experience with AI agents, I tried some. It's not a super great experience, at least for me. But I don't know, I haven't done enough with them, to be honest. I've used other AI tools and AI assisted stuff, but I don't know. Usually the bottleneck isn't always a bunch of stuff to consider with it. Point being though, I've kind of, at least for me, it's been feeling more like a liability and a lot less efficient. Especially when you get more into very niche and specific problem spaces that are not as documented because, either it's proprietary and hidden away, or it's just not something you'd find on GitHub repositories for chat agents to scrape. So we have the different scale factors and a different alpha factor. All right, let me just try this out first and see. I might even modify some of this stuff too, but we'll deal with it later. I'm learning. I just got here. Oh, what's up? What's up? Lie back forever. An Sprite Hyperland setup. That'd be pretty nuts, actually. A lot of times when the code base is larger than 1,000 lines of code, it just breaks down. Yeah, like it wouldn't work in my company's code base, and this one's slowly starting to. My own personal code base and dev kits are starting to catch up to it as well, and then yep, I think that's working a bit better. There's some weird draw call stuff, not draw calls, there's a weird z depth thing that's going on there, so we're gonna just boost this a little bit up more because it's fine, we can tolerate a bigger distance. The alpha factor seems to be fine. And then one more thing with the player's state stuff. Jump released, here we go. I think we're not going to just do Y squashed. I think we're going to go like overwrite Y and then rigid body. I think we're going to do math F min. Yeah, AI stuff is just, especially for learning, it's like very, like I worry that people are going to develop learned helplessness, because by doing things the hard way and like going through these side quests, you start getting all this peripheral knowledge. That's actually very, very valuable, I feel. Not only in terms of like future application, but also just your confidence in tackling a wider variety of problems. But if you lose that, I think there's a bigger detriment. Not only for like you as a person, but I think society as a whole. But that's a whole different thing. That's a whole, like, it reminds you of this whole idea of like there's things that we can no longer manufacture now that we used to be able to manufacture back in the day, and a lot of it's just like lost knowledge that, like, you know, in the best of case, it's like, in the worst case, like, we have to go through this trial and error and kind of rediscover some of these manufacturing techniques that have been lost. In the worst case, it's like GG's, like we. Oh, that feels better. That feels much better. That drop shadow feels much better. It's still a little transparent. I don't like that. I don't like that. So I think we're gonna maybe do some rounding under a certain threshold. I don't know. Good to see a fellow Vim user. Let's go, Mitchlet. This is so cool. I didn't know you could make game in Unity. I only make avatars and 3D models. Yeah, Unity is a game engine first and foremost. That's where we started. I love the setup. Thank you, Wahaj. How do you like coding on a CRT? It's pretty good, man. I enjoy it. Only exclusively knew of Unity in the context of making games. Can you make something you're talking about a loss? Can you name something you're lost about? Yeah, like there's some. I think there's a great video you can watch. Now it's due to not AI. It's due to like manufacturing going to like China. But there's Devin from Smarter Every Day. He has a whole video about how it's almost impossible to manufacture anything in the US, and there's a bunch of different like injection mold techniques that are just kind of gone, and now like there's like a group of people trying to either preserve that knowledge, recreate it, or create the same effect through different means. There's certain types of like metal and processes that, like, for cars that we can't like do, or for oil rig stuff, like that's just kind of gone. So it's like a wide array of different things. But at least those two last options are the ones that, not options, the two last things I mentioned are things that I've heard in passing. Like, heck, even like CD players, that's a different thing. I think there's different factors that are preventing that from happening. Not just necessarily just knowledge, but other forces. Can you tell something about your game that is going to be like RPG? I can show you. It's going to be like a speedrunning cleaning game. I think something that similar to it would be Dust Force, but in 3D and pixel art, and with more advanced, or maybe more involved combat. Oh yeah, I should be testing the jump as well. Yeah, I didn't test that, the fast fall jump. It's crazy how much information you have to manage when it comes to 3D games. Yep. Okay, interesting. If I tap it, it still does the full jump. That's not good. So if I tap it, yeah, because it's not registering the on canceled. We're gonna play test this. It's either gonna be that option of implementing it, the mighty number 9, the mighty gunvolt burst implementation of like jumps, or I'll do a more standard thing of just like the more you hold on, the more it's gonna propel you up, and it's gonna have this anticipatory period before that. As for the drop shadow, it's not killing me. I just don't like that it's there. I think I might just collapse it to be fully transparent or disabled under a certain threshold. I think that should be pretty simple. This is being called an update, right? Yeah, so I can just do a thing where it's like, if alpha is like approximately, if alpha is like less than or equal to like 0. I can do like maybe epsilon. Yeah, single epsilon. Maybe not that small. I think a reasonable threshold would be like 1F. We just disabled the drop shadow. Oh my goodness, I can't type today, can I? Else. And then that should hopefully make it so that it just becomes transparent afterwards. Let me catch up. The streams to a Patreon or something else? No Patreon. Oh, the game? Yeah, the Steam. Yeah, the Steam, yeah. And online on web on Newgrounds, the demo. I still think you can get peripheral knowledge while using AI. You just have to read properly and use it. I think that the proper way to use AI would be like having it be a guide of sourcing things to you, where instead of asking it for the answers, it provides you sources and links, and you can go to those sources and get it yourself. I think that's a reasonable and responsible way of dealing with it, like for your own benefit. Because at the very least, you're still verifying it. You're doing some due diligence. But like, I still think there's a skill to like navigating and searching for stuff, engaging, doing like value assessments or value judgments. Like heck, even like searching through academic papers is like there's like a skill to that. Like there's a skill to assessing like how good this academic paper about whatever algorithm you're dealing with is, and whatnot. I don't know. Like I said though, I think there is a responsible, or not even responsible, a good way to use AI that's helpful and beneficial to you without hampering to you too much. I'm not seeing I'm still seeing it a little bit. Is that still above the threshold? Am I going crazy? Or assigning alpha this value? Do I need to make it like, I guess if it's less than 10% alpha opacity, then like screw it. We just say, nah, dude. Nay. I should probably fix drop or shadow casting at some point, but we'll deal with that later. I feel crazy because I'm seeing it still. I'm still seeing it. You're making me feel crazy, game. I don't like feeling crazy. Do I have to actually inspect? Am I even disabling the right thing? Yeah, I should be. This is the thing we're moving and updating. At the point, what's up? You're saying you got a test for carpal tunnel syndrome and we're okay. How do you manage to avoid it and what are the symptoms? Doc said, asking if Phil might get this soon as a dev. Yeah, so like if you go like this and you feel your fingertips going numb, that means you're pretty advanced in there. I didn't get quite to that point, but I was having this issue where every day I woke up, every time I went to sleep, my fingers were going numb and I was progressively getting worse and worse and further up and further up. And I'd wake up like every day with my hands numb and they're doing like this nerve conductivity test and stuff like that. I also had tendonitis just from like using overworking some of these keys. The two things that help very significantly was like using this is not medical advice, guys. You check with your doctors, all that kind of stuff. This is what I use. I use magnesium glycinate, I believe. I can find it somewhere. I started taking those, and they actually very much helped a lot with alleviating it. The other thing I did is switch to this keyboard and making sure I use like linear switches that have require very little newtons of force to activate. Did that for a long time. These symptoms went away pretty quickly for me. And of course, like hand warm-ups and stretches and stuff like that, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really do that too much, and I'm still largely fine. So I'm gonna just chalk it up to the setup. Setup, and then like even using mouses where I'm not pronated like this, there's less tension here and not as much friction on the nerves. So anything I can do to kind of get my hands, keep them in a very natural position, not twisted or anything like that, the more I can do that, the better it was. So that's how I manage it. That's how I deal with it. Also, code here, why are you using a CRT? Is it easier on the eyes? Also, what RS are you using? Linux? Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. I'm using Ubuntu Linux. Good old-fashioned Ubuntu Linux. And the CRT is just for vibes, man. It's a bunch of different things. I like the feel, the vibe. I think the real estate kind of forces you to just focus on one thing at a time, which I kind of like. And it's also just different from my day job. The different kind of screen that I interact with than what I use it normally. Not to say I would never go back to my normal one. I still have my monitor there, and I'll probably do a couple of streams or something with it back. But I don't know. I just enjoy this. It feels very distinctly different. And yeah, I guess that's the most I can really say. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit crazy here. I'm feeling a little bit crazy with this alpha thing. Because this alpha thing is kind of driving me a little nuts. Let's just say something simple, like 0.5. Oh wait, let's just make sure did I do something dumb? No. If it's less than this threshold, false, otherwise true. That's as simple as it can be. Any early returns? I don't think I'm doing any guard statements like that. No. Okay, we're good. ChatGPT code? Nah, we're good. What's up? After a 22-hour burn session on C#, that's crazy. Well on meth. Okay, I don't think any of those things would be good for your health, man. Glad to see you here, though. Hey, is that my boy Terrell? What's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. That is so cool. Thank you. I like the idea. What idea are we talking about? Am I water reading that? Yes. Coding a game. You'll see some stuff in a second. Is this harder to do as a beginner? What is harder to do as a beginner? I'm trying to improve at Vim. Any advice on how to get better? Love your setup. Thank you, Alejandro. No real, nothing I can really say aside of just struggle and let it get committed eventually to memory, and I don't know, try to convert everything to be Vim, because the less you're switching between means of inputting text, the better. So if you put yourself in an environment where you're just using Vim to interact with everything, I think you're going to reinforce those ideas better. And then, I don't know, get the instructions that are for me, I don't do a lot of the crazy Vim things people do. They do their own custom macros or definitions or whatnot and bindings. I keep it simple. I like my Vim. I like to be accustomed and know how to work with the basic default Vim settings. That way I can go to any computer or anything, easily install it, and I'm good to go. I don't have to download my config file from GitHub or something and do all that stuff. At least for me, I like having my skills be highly portable. So that even other things, for example, Ranger, if I do file navigation, it's nice that it also uses Vim style inputs and whatnot to navigate and deal with stuff. Or I don't know, stuff whatchamacallit, I forgot the name of the application, but this also does Vim style navigation. Nothing too crazy. But yeah, I think it's one of those things where you either sink or swim, right? If you put yourself here in that position where you either sink or swim, you're gonna learn to swim. Or maybe we just hate, or you know, we sync and then we hate Vim forever. But that's a dark timeline. We're not gonna assume that. We're not gonna assume the dark timeline. I don't know why this is like shimmering so much. It's very weird to me why this is behaving that way. I don't think it's a Z order thing at all either. So probably something with the alpha. Okay, whatever. We'll deal with that as it comes. What DE are you using? What is DE? In fact, now Linux have do so much games tuning. They have done so much games tuning under BCS of Proton. Yep, but most OD gamers playing multiplayer games with crappy anti-cheats, anti-digging for infos. Yeah, it sucks that that's a thing. But I think Steam is doing something. I wouldn't be surprised if Gaben is brokering some deals, coordinating with those big game studios to try to provide the things they need. I think that's like the last barrier for big old Gaben. Español un poquito. Yo puedo hablar, pero yo puedo entender más mejor que hablar. Necesito practicar más. Parece Godot? No, es Unity. Solamente Unity ahora. Nice. Thank you, Alejandro. ID, I think he meant. Oh, yeah, I'm using Writer, by the way. No, not using Godot. Is that a CRT? Yes, it is. A good old-fashioned classic CRT with the green color mode. Everything you need, man. Do you use? It looks like C++. Now we're using C#. For my personal game engine, I'm using C++, but even then, like, I'm not doing the ideal C++. Also, this seems to have worked. That's weird. That kind of threshold is what's required for that to happen, but okay. I'm putting it back to 0.5 or 0.3 because it feels wrong. All right. Anyways, so we did this thing. Let's start actually working on some white boxing, shall we? Some actual level designing, because I think I want to start working on doing the levels. And I think I posted in the Discord, the Cozy Cabin Games Discord. This picture I want to use as a reference, so we're just gonna use that. Yeah, let's go here for a second, guys. Which, by the way, the Discord's public, so if you guys want to join, it's always there. It's right there. It's right there. Let me go. What did you post? Okay, wait. Let me just focus. Let me just focus up. Let me before I get distracted. Let me just go, because I'm pretty sure I posted this in here. This picture from San Juan, Puerto Rico. One second. Here we go. That I really want to use as inspiration for this hub world. Like, I really want to recreate this kind of vibe. So we're gonna see how this goes. I'm gonna start white boxing things, and then we'll see how things go from there. If there's the one thing I'm really weak at is 3D modeling, so we're just gonna use some square boxes, and then we'll figure out the rest later. We'll figure out the rest later. And I think, like I mentioned last time, we're gonna make a template world first before we make that. In fact, I should name this template. Before I make the hub world. Good morning, evening. Good to see you, Jester. And what spec, dude? The setup is OP. Thank you, man. Just using a good old-fashioned Magnavox CRT conversion, using a VCR to... I'm outputting my PC audio video to there, and then connecting to the VCR to there. With RCA cable, and then like it's a normal PC. It's not like I'm using an actual OG PC. I'm using like a modern hardware. Nothing too crazy. And let's go here. We're gonna start simplifying things a lot. We're gonna delete this, light post. Yeah, we're gonna delete that. We're keeping the hub doors. I think that's worth keeping right now because we're still trying to figure out that. So we'll be testing those guys out. And we're not doing any. Yeah, we'll do our custom lighting stuff later. We have a checkpoint. We'll deal with that later. And then we have our occlusion culling zone number 1. Yeah, we'll deal with all these things later. And as far as lighting, again, keeping the lighting still per sample. I just keep a point light to keep things kind of illuminated, but I think this should be the bare bones needed for creating something that's actually playable. I should probably include a UI as well. That would be kind of important, wouldn't that be? Wouldn't it be kind of important for the game to have UI? Yeah, it would. I think I have a prefab for that though. We're gonna revise the UI. It's the bare minimum. You can deal with this later. Oh yeah. Coding skill. It just takes time. You can have it. You can definitely have it. Is the website. Vim Adventures is a website. Is that actually a website for practicing Vim? Ubuntu's the distro? I'm joking, the Discord. Maybe force GPU rendering transform Z. We're talking like GPU driven rendering. Oh, what's up, Morgan? Good to see you. Claustrophobic. Let's see if this works. You're asking what I'm making? I'll show you. A++ or is in Linux. Yeah, we're using Linux for the OS. With this trash bin. I mean, it's a pretty good trash bin. I got a nice trash bin over there. It's got a lid and everything, man. What's Discord again? Or where is it? It's in the YouTube description, the video description. If not, though, I can post it again. I should really make a stream where I just write a chat bot. It would be fun to do that. Okay, yeah, let me, before I get distracted, let me get the thing for you. I had another invite. I need to modify this. Here we go. Yeah, the Discord, I'm going to be posting dev updates, and I'm also going to be posting public playtest sessions, or private, I guess not private, Discord only playtest sessions. Just get some feedback and see what y'all think, and I don't know, go from there. Bam. Bam, bam. Paste. Sent. There you go. There you have it. Speaking of which, I want to do some extra stuff, because I think yesterday or last time I was working on, oh, that's the thing I was working on, on Sprite. Did it recover it at all? Sprite didn't have any recovery. Dang it. I was working on a sprite potentially for some icons for the Discord, or some emotes or something. I don't know. I need some inspiration. C#, yep, the DACT. The fact you're coding with a CE. What's a CE? A CRT. Yeah, there we go. Find out what keyboard this is. It's an Ergodox. It's an Ergodox. Here we go. I'm using the Ergodox Easy. It's a good keyboard. Kind of pricey for what you're getting, in all honesty. The quality is not super duper great, if I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I did, like, this keycaps and switches aside, like, there's some weird jank that happens sometimes. Though lately it's been very good with me. I haven't had much issues with it. But yeah, it's pretty good. I've been using it for a couple years now. Works very well. I even made my own key case for it. A wooden carved case with like the logo for the other game I was working on, and some other stuff. But it's pretty good stuff. I'd like to try out the Kinesis, I think, that keyboard, but I don't know, we'll see. It doesn't seem like you can customize it as much as this guy, because that one's just basically regular key. Ooh, null reference exception. Why are we having a null reference exception? Where is this coming from? Oh, I think someone joined. 1 second, let me give you a proper. Wait. Where is this exception coming from? From the dust module. Why are you mad? Oh, because the level name is not. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're not going to worry about this. Yeah, the sad thing is, like, the more you I've done so many changes to this game, so there's a bunch of implementations I have to like scrap and remove, or they're no longer relevant, but it's okay. I'd rather take the time and do this side quest to figure out what I want to do. Does this work the way I want it to do? And then if not, what needs to change? And then null reference here in the occlusion manager. That's a very different thing though. And that happens at 24 bounds, add bounds. And that's because, is there no occlusion manager here? Has this not ran? Is there like a race condition happening here? Or not race condition, but just a sequential issue. Because we have this, and I'm pretty sure, come on. Yeah, your occlusion bounds. Oh, I guess I just don't have the occlusion manager, do I? Oh, maybe I neglected that. So I guess levels have to have this. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that's enough. I might have to do like the script ordering thing, but that's fine. Did you adjust shadow cascade? What do you mean? In relation to what exactly? I could have been superstar rapper. Didn't want to. What? Is this lyrics? Curate your soul at least. What is that monitor? The greatest thing ever? It's peak. That's all I can say. You're using to convert components, component to composite to digital. So I'm actually converting. I have a basic like you can find on Amazon. I don't know the specific one. If you want, I can go to my Amazon later and post it in the Discord or somewhere. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, it's just a basic. It has like no branding at all. It's just HDMI to AV. And that's just the kind of connection I'm using. Which, by the way, whoopsie. And then, yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. Just a $15 or $20 converter from Amazon. I'm sure they should be fine. It's one with the actual cable on it, not the box one. The box one wasn't good for whatever reason. Or maybe I'm thinking of the coaxial converter. That might be the one I'm thinking about. Okay, and right now I'm not seeing anything, so that leads me to believe there's something weird happening with rendering. So, what is going on here? The fog shouldn't be the issue. We have our directional light that we're disabling for right now because we're not using directional lights. You're forcing on? Okay, no, you're not. And then point light, but that seems fine. No errors currently. I was trying to see why your drop shadow was flickering. I think you have to change. Oh, okay. To split or change the light source. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? The drop shadow, I'm not using Unity's lighting components at all. I've written my own light model. So there's no cascade shadows at all. There's no cascade shadow maps or anything. That's why it's weirding me out, because it's not like it's just a quad that's being put down. So Yeah, I'm wondering what's happening because it's not because it's also a quad, right? But some of the places you're seeing Z fighting isn't like wouldn't produce the size, like you wouldn't see that from like a vertex being pushed to like below the ground or anything. So yeah, I'm not sure what the deal with that is, and it's definitely above. So I don't think it's even like, I don't think it's a case of like a vertex popping into the ground and Z fighting happening due to that. So I think it might be something due to the shader, the transparent shader I added there. I'm wondering why it happens when you're further away though, but I'll deal with that in a second. I just want to get I want to get this template world running first. Yeah, that's fine. There's the occlusion zone 1 with the ground, and that's fine. I don't like the size. We're gonna have a default area. We're gonna make it simple, easy. We're gonna make it like not. We're gonna make it pretty. We're gonna care about that. Of like something reasonably. I don't know. Let's do. And while we're oh my goodness, I did the classic thing. Of doing modifications in edit mode, or while playing instead of in edit mode. It's okay. Paste. Whatever. And let's also put this somewhere not forever away. We can. Origin's annoying because like UIs intersect there a bunch, but yeah, it's a reasonable place. Let's do like we can do like origin at 32, and the floor be at 0 there, and then have this be like a scale of, I don't know, 32, and then 1. Just so you don't have like, you don't have environments that are forever away. And also, did I check to see if the parent is, yeah, the parent's at affine. Cool. Or not affine, it's identity. F Alejandro, that's awesome, dude. Thank you, Jam. I'm really interested in, please can you link me up? Yeah, I'll link you up when I can. I just want to go on Amazon on stream because I'm trying not to dox myself. It feels like every single website like wants to dock you. Do you have class apart from streaming, like teaching classes? The closest thing I've done is either mentorship for students at my old college, and also, hey, good to see you, Creaselu. And then like one video lecture about the concepts of pixel arting, or the principles of pixel arting. If I can find it here, yeah, this one, the Joy of Pixel Art Introduction, where I talk about some stuff. That's the closest thing I have to classes. I may want to do some more structured videos at some point, but I don't know, we'll see what happens. It'll be fun to talk about shaders. Hey, good to see you guys. Yeah, there's some stuff I'd like to talk about too, or I think would be fun to go into more detail about. But I'm trying to think if there's anything that hasn't been covered in better ways and by other people. You know? If I'm going to expend the effort of making... Oh, why is this... Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. It's good. Yeah, if I'm going to expend that effort, I'd at least want it to be of utility to people. Checkpoints. Yeah, let's get the player oriented as well. Let's get everything oriented as well. That bothers me. You're gonna be 8 tall, and rotation 180. You're just gonna like it. You're gonna be a lawyer, and you're gonna like it. Okay, and level 1 lighting. Is lighting offset anywhere? Yes, it is, because of course it is. We're gonna make a template. We're gonna make it good. We're gonna make a good template. I tell you what, boy. I tell you what. I'm not seeing anything though. Why is everything not here? Okay, that seems more right to me. Okay, let's grab. That's where the player is. I'll make this platform bigger. I see like, I don't know, 64, 48. Oh, that's position, my bad. Or actually, no, yeah, I just want to affect scale. That's what I want to do. Classic Thunder Blender. Is math a source towards this in terms of what? Trying to understand the XYZ. I'm back for some advice. Give me suggestions Suggestions. What should I try? JavaScript web dev or C++ to aim for game dev? If you're doing game dev, I'd highly suggest C++ over. I would suggest a lot of things over JavaScript in the first place, but yes. If those are the two options, C++. Though I mean, there's a bunch of options, right? You could do the C++ thing. You can try building your own engine or using frameworks. And I think that'd be very beneficial for you. You'll be tackling problem spaces you don't often have to deal with in languages like C# and other engines. On the other hand, there is a value to using an engine and kind of understanding what's been done already and some of the stuff that they do, and get kind of acquainted with some of these ideas in a very easier setting before diving to that low level stuff. But I think there's a lot of I think if you're down for it and you're patient and you are fine with not necessarily seeing the things you want to gain to gameplay really quickly and instead spend a bunch of time doing some lower level stuff, I think doing the C++ engine level thing could be very beneficial for you in a lot of different categories or capacities. Come on, brother. Where are you at? Directional. We have the main camera here. I don't think any references are broken. Hi, Tide Traveler. What's up, Tank Traveler? Very different thing. C++ if you're making an engine, yeah. Your face. You can find my face on here. JavaScript is if you're scripting inside a regular engine like Unity or Godot. No. JavaScript, I don't think any maybe Godot supports JavaScript. Here's the thing though, I think it's better for you to use a statically typed language. I think that's always just generally better than using anything that is dynamically typed, especially for something of significant complexity. And I think dealing with types would be very helpful. Even if you're doing some basic stuff, I think there's value in using those things. We're playing, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm blind. Yeah, I'm moving around, but I'm not seeing nothing. So this is very interesting. I'm just seeing blind. Let me check something. We have the post-process. So the volumetric post-process is causing issues. Why is that? I know I didn't commit to doing the volumetric implementation. But what is the issue here? What is the issue we're having here? And we have the thing that's getting the depth buffer for stuff. But that exists, and it should be providing the things we need to provide. It has a render texture, yeah. And this is generated programmatically, I believe, so I don't think that should be an issue. It's a long run because you will deal with engines eventually. Go for Java if you're not into inventing new wheels, or mechanics. You definitely have to understand both. C++ teaches you everything you need to know about how it structures memory, as well as deal with objects and references and go progressively more abstract. They baritone. I'm leaving now, though. About describe for your advice. Thank you. I appreciate it, Max. You're a G. Thank you, Jonathan Romero. Like, I'm a first-time learner, so I need suggestions from someone with experience. Are you making a game right now? Yeah, we're making a game. We're making a 2.5 3D platformer. I have a weird suggestion, but if you're just getting into coding, can I suggest processing? It is a creative coding suite based on Java. It's not really for games, but it gets you used to graphics. There's also p5.js if you want to go for JavaScript. I mean, is it like shaders? Like, are you dealing with parallelism? Because, like, shader and graphics codes is fun, but that's like a very different way of thinking than like what you do for CPU code and the kind of states you'd manage. Honestly, like, at the end of the day, though, guys, because, like, I'm just saying what I think, but as long as what you're doing you find interesting, I think that's the best thing to go into. If you find it interesting, then you're going to be able to dedicate the time to actually getting good at it, right? You know, if it's fun and interesting to you. So processing, why are most of so disorganized and lazy? I mean, are you calling me out too, man? OC1. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to. Even if you're not like, if it's not a like, if you're not calling me out, even if you're just like, hey man, why are those people like so lazy and disorganized? I'm not sure. I wouldn't even know how to describe that. Point light. My short so was a sign. Okay, Chris. I just want to get into the field. Yeah, I think it's just start working on a project, man. Like, the thing I always say is, like, have a goal for yourself, like somewhat relatively short-term goal, not a super long-term goal, but a short-term thing of like, hey, I want to make a game. Like, literally, this is what happened when I was not a programmer. I knew nothing about programming. I was just a kid in middle school who knew nothing, and I wanted to start doing this stuff. I was like, all right, I want to make a game. That's what I want to do. Like, I want to do a game where you get to play as Launch Octopus from Mega Man X. That's what I want to do, right? How do you do that? And I Googled, I was like, how do you make games? And they're like, oh, you have to use C++ in game engines. And I was like, all right. I downloaded Dev C++ and I did some stuff with it. And I was like, all right, I mean, this is cool, but I'm just using a terminal. I want to see something visual. So I did some more Googling. I was like, all right, there's ones that are made. There's something called GameMaker. Downloaded it and I was like, okay, cool. It has drag and drop. It seems easy. And I started with that. And then, like, you know, I was like, all right, how do you make a character move? And then how do you do this? And then, you know, I was like, all right, I need to do some more complicated stuff, more complicated mechanics, and have to deal with gravity. And then I found some code snippets online, and I was put into GameMaker language. Snippets in GameMaker language, GML, and I put that in. I was like, oh, this is actually really easier and more condensed than using drag and drop nodes, because at the time I was getting like humongous big like humongous blocks of code. If you don't know about what I'm talking about, and like little by little you start acquiring this stuff to get you to what you want to do. And then, like, the other thing I would say is just don't get stuck with a goal. Like, if the game idea you're working on doesn't feel interesting, or is just like super unattainable, maybe, like, you can it's fine to make new goals and try reaching them. With that Launch Octopus game, I kind of failed with it, and I was like, all right, let's just start making a top-down game with no gravity, and I don't have to worry about ground collisions. I don't see a video. I don't see the drag and drop stuff here. Oh well, I'll find it later. But I think if you have a goal and if your development journey is focused on goals that you find interesting and cool, and I think that would be a lot more helpful to you in your journey. It's also kind of how you avoid like tutorial hell too, right? Blender? No, not yet. I would not recommend a beginner to jump into pointers, a Bear or Bear OpenGL. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a very different thing. Like, if you have that predisposition, because there's people who can do that. I know people who did that. You can do it, but if that's like not up your alley, then there's nothing wrong with starting with an engine, like starting with a pre-made engine. There's a reason they exist. They're very helpful. They're going to teach you some foundational ideas, and it's a nicer environment to learn compared to like, you know, just raw C and seg faults. Like, you know, what's going on here? So there's something wrong with the fog. I know that much. I'm just not sure what is the issue with this render pass and why it's rendering everything as oh my goodness. There you go. Let's take a look at this. Also got this. Oh, are you missing a reference? No, but it should be attached to the camera. We have this required camera component. I think it's just getting camera. It's adding component. Okay. Also, these are terrible names. Let's actually. And then yeah, this is fine. This is fine. I should actually use -1 for these because I believe that will give you the resolution of the display. We're using the depth format. We're doing linear filtering. So honestly, it doesn't even really matter because it's not like we're downsampling. Global texture. Yeah, and we set that. And I don't believe we've changed anything about this name. It's still called My Depth. A dumb name, I know, but that's the one I chose. This is a banger. I beat Mario when I was 5 for regular Nintendo. I'm playing COD ranked right now. Okay, between matches. Enjoying my PS4 before I'm homeless soon, but I'm looking forward to making a shelter in the woods. Played every single system. The most underrated was Sega Dreamcast. Oh my goodness. I'm doing good, Morgan. It's good to see you. That's into gaming is a friend of mine. What are you doing now? Genius level stuff, to be honest. You know, you say that, but I think you'd be surprised how this is not as crazy as you may think. It's like a. Yeah, I think it's much more capable than most people might realize. Yeah, definitely CRT monitor. Also, that sucks about potentially going homeless unless you're memeing, dude. What in the year 2000 setup is this? What are you talking about? This is the future, baby. Throw out your OLED displays. We're going back, baby. We're going back. It's time to go back. You're gonna have to debug this, but yeah, it's the same correct name. I haven't changed anything on this at all. So the only thing that might be wrong is maybe the tags, but I don't know. That seems weird. Is there anything else that I could have changed? Simple shader. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy here. Okay, we're gonna do some shader. I wasn't even trying to do shader programming today. I was really trying not to. And yet now we're here. We're gonna do graphics today. How unfortunate. At first, it is real. How big is the CRT? I don't even know, to be honest. It's like two hands. 2 hands big. That's how big it is to me. My mom is moving to a senior home. She's 65. She's having problems. So at the end of October, I gotta go. Jeez, man. Building a super nice shelter, though. Soon I have to start in a week or so. Get on it ASAP. Jeez, man. That sucks. That really does suck, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of Wait. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I got stun locked for a second by this working. I don't know why this is working, unless I have the thing disabled. But it's on. I don't know what I did. I don't know why this is working now. But also why the fogs aren't working either. So I'm all sorts of confused right now. But yeah, man, that sucks. I hope things work out, dude. Yeah, I wish there was something more actionable I can say or do. But let me find your account. Southview. What kind of game you're making? A 2.5D game. Get your shelter inspiration from Japan. They live with solars. Did they really? The most I see is stealth camping videos, but you know, a lot of those guys have a lot of resources to make their builds or do whatever they're gonna do. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that's the occlusion culling thing I have going on here. Is the fog distance the issue here? Was it really just fog distance that was wrong? I'm so confused right now. I don't know why this is behaving the way that it is. And I wrote this. It's not working at all. It's not responding to the lighting. Are you using a state manager for what? For the character controller? I mean, I'm kind of using state. I should have used stateless if I'm gonna be real with you, but I'm just using state enums and switch statements to manage all that. True democracy, Marilyn Monroe. What are you saying? Person maintained absolute. What did you just say, dude? Maybe the color. So there's this. We have this volumetric fog. Let's just talk about this. I'm gonna say things out loud, and we're gonna deal with this. So we have this shader that's running on the final output of the camera. So the game renders onto the screen, and then we have the shader that's gonna do something to every single pixels of that output, right? And what we're doing is at here. Also, what? Why is there errors here? Anyways, all this is doing is that we have the main color, the original color. We have the depth value, and we correct for that, so it's within a 0 to 1 range, so it's normalized. If we return depth, in fact, let's start by debugging by doing this. This should return a depth buffer. Ha! And I think we see the first issue here. Our depth buffer in this scene, for whatever reason, is not working, which is very strange. That's very, very strange, because we should be seeing a world of black and white. We should be seeing Dude, I was trying to do actual illustrations and some art stuff today, and we got. We got. No escape. Anyways. Okay. So our depth buffer is just like blank for whatever reason. Why are we multiplying this by point? Okay, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole redundant, dumb thing we shouldn't be doing. I don't know why we did that. Okay. So I think we found one issue here. Out of curiosity. That's a float 3. I could just swizzle it. Okay, so that's like returning nothing of real substance or value. Let's do... I just want to verify some stuff. But we're just getting a blank thing here. So that's already kind of weird and kind of concerning. So that means something somewhere is going wrong with our script. Either like our depth value has been modified, or maybe our... Because we're running right now. One second, I'll catch up on chat in a second. Just one moment, guys. My bad. I got kind of wrapped up in this. Far plane of 100. What is the one thing that I think could be a cause of this? I did move the origin of everything. So maybe that could be a cause or issue. But this is at root, so it wouldn't be impacted by any hierarchical changes. Okay, guys, that's the end of the CD. Time for another one. 1 second. My bad. Transmitting this via radio. 1 second. Time for disc 2. Disc 2. So less video gamey, more so just ambiance. We're gonna see if this burn worked or not. Also, this needs some battery, don't you? Yeah, you do. Okay, here we can go. There we go. Working on a CRT, yep, same, I love it. That setup looks so retro. Thank you, man. It's attached to what? What do you mean the fog is attached to what? It's the fog, it's still at root level. It's attached to the main camera, but it has a child camera that it's using for this. Yeah, what's up, Calvin? Or Chalvin? Kind of helped. What game you're making on 2.5D? I'm logged in right now. Let's go, Chris. Let's go. Locked in time, guys. Yeah, I like being more conversational, but I don't know why today is very... It's kind of weird. The things that you think would be hard oftentimes get kind of implemented pretty quickly, and then things that actually seem innocuous and simple for whatever reason cause issues. But I guess like when you're doing this stuff, that's how you test to see how good this stuff will work in practice and application. Main camera, vertical, doing inclusion culling. This is the camera we're using for the depth map, by the way. So this fog, volumetric light shader, which we're not doing volumetric log, we're just adding the fog right now. We have a new, has a reference to this camera. It creates this game object and adds camera onto it. You have this my depth property, which we're setting the value to The only thing different is I did changes to be negative, because it's the document said that you can do negative values and it'll just give you the screen resolution, or it would size the render texture to the screen. But I don't trust documents. They've been wrong before. We're just gonna try this. And yup, there we go. The documentation was wrong. So let's go, guys. You see that? Our depth map is here now. It's not as apparent because there's like not as much. I think it looks cooler when you use the negative, but it's still gonna be not as apparent. And because we don't have that much crazy, complex stuff here. Okay, one step closer. So this is part of the issue, and then I think hopefully that should just be enough to. I should just be able to comment this out, and life should be good again, and I should be happy, and everyone is gonna be great, dude. The easiest part about game making? Ooh, I don't know, man. Ideas? Anyone can come up with ideas for making games. Actually, yeah, making ideas, but filtering ideas, making like choosing what's actually going to be good and worth doing, that's really hard. Okay, there we go. Now we're back to a reasonable fog. Yeah, because I had the bright idea. Yeah, I'm not going to blame. That's just on me. I had the bright idea of like using the -1 value from the docs, but I don't think it behaves the way I intended it, or it's just wrong. Hey, we have fog now. I don't know why this disappears. I think it's because of the dumb occlusion culling thing I did. I think it's like ray casting and hitting this, and there's like, it's deactivating it when it shouldn't be. That's a different problem. We're not gonna worry about that. Okay, we have a basic, a very basic template level that seems to just work for the most part. Sweet. I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna start making the hub world. So let's find level template, and we can start doing some more artsy fartsy stuff. Oh yeah, it's still filtering my name. And I'm also thinking a bit more about certain ideas. So we're gonna white box a little bit. We're gonna white box. I think I might do some sketches first though, to kind of visualize some of the ideas I have here for this environment, and then see how it works in space. True, yep, nice drawing, thank you. I miss 1995. I wasn't even born then, but you know what? I'm kind of nostalgic for it. Is it a 3D, 2D game? So confused. Yeah, it's 2.5D. 2.5D. I guess so, or a 3D game with 2D sprites. Something like that. Something like that. So, where is their sketch? So I think it might be worth having like, there's like a couple things we're gonna be doing. We have to do this like UI. You already have it partially done. I kind of want to just do the assets for it right now, if I'm gonna be real with you. I just need to find the template I made so we can then actually use it. 1 second, let me just see if I can find it. It shouldn't be that crazy. Features. I think it should be within maybe level progress. No, that's resources. And these are the sprites we use there. But that's not the thing we're looking for. Not there either. Did I even save? I feel like I saved it. I'm just not sure where I saved it to. And if I saved it to UI, then GG's, we're not gonna find any of the assets. There's so many assets I have here. Oh, we found it, never mind. was really simple. So this is a basic template. You have your score for the level, so your score is gonna be put there. You're gonna have your actual digital, like your number score there, and then the items you found or didn't find. That's gonna be the things that you have displayed there. I did a basic one. In fact, let's just even export this out and use it in game so we can see how this would look like. And then we can start making the actual assets for this. Or maybe even modify these assets directly so that I don't have to like do this whole multi-file thing. I can just use the files directly. So we're gonna save this up. We're gonna go to assets. We're gonna have to clean up everything because now I have this I want to be able to have the game fit on a disk. Like I want to be able to put my game on this disk and ideally uncompressed without an installer, like just 700 megabytes. That's it. And I think it's totally doable. We should totally be able to do that. But I need to get rid of junk from here. I know Unity does some cleanup there, but there's definitely things that still get included there. So any large assets I can get rid of, the better. Or the more I can get rid of, the better. I think I'm gonna make a couple CDs, like either one with the game, or maybe one with the soundtrack as well. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But first you have to get a game done. And games have features, and this will be in level progress. Here we go. Door progress. PNG. So this is now a PNG. And I can go into the level now, and we should have this level 1 placed in a very far away place that maybe it shouldn't be at. I'll put it here at 32 by 32. And at position, I don't know, 1. Okay, it seems a bit high. We'll figure this out little by little though. Bring this down. Yeah, you're below the ground now, buddy. Come back up here. And let's start assembling what our door is gonna look like when you go to levels. I'm a very visual guy, so I like seeing what the final product is gonna look like, and that kind of helps me, like motivation-wise, with the implementation. Not always like motivation-wise, but there's something about having a concrete look at what the final product is gonna be to just get you wanna, do it. And I'm gonna duplicate this as well. We're not using a raw image, we're just using regularly mesh renders with a quad, and we'll deal with the consequences of that later. For right now though, this is fine. And we're gonna be using our texture door I'm pretty sure there's a texture here called door level progress. Also, sorry, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Let him cook. Nostalgic vibes. Thank you, man. That's the goal here. Can you show the game now? Like how's the gameplay? Okay, I'll show you. Like the originals? Like the original like Ergodox config, or here you go. Also, let me make sure I have the light config with the correct settings here for fog. Maybe we'll do like a little Silent Hill. I'm tired of this blue. We've been using it so much. Let's do like okay, maybe not a hazard green. We'll just do a good old Silent Hill kind of white fog thing. And this will be 0.2. And now things should be visible now. I like when games have simple HUD because it feels like it has personality. Share those games with complicated HUDs, but sometimes when it's simple, it looks better. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it very lean. So this is a game. Here's the basic stuff. This is a template scene, or it's built off of a template, so that you're not seeing any of the game obstacles here. But this is the general idea, and then we're gonna be changing a lot of stuff. Maybe not a lot of stuff, but some of this stuff. It looks a little jank, like how you do attacks and swings. And I want to change the actual 3D object for these swings. All things that will be done in due time. In due time, due time. But yeah, we're gonna make this good. That's the plan. Let me get this closer to the player, because I think the player couldn't even find. I couldn't even find where this was. So I'm gonna move it more towards center. And where's the player? Yeah, so they should just fall there. Perfect. Beautiful. So now we're gonna use. Let's first search up this asset, because I'm pretty sure I saved it as door prog. Progress card back. Never mind. Never mind. I'm a liar. I'm a liar with bad memory. Here we go. You're gonna have to do something about this, because like everything is gonna be this canvas. We're gonna make it use the resolution that we have here. So our resolution for this card is what, 64 by 28. So we're gonna do a weird thing. We're gonna get a little bit weird with it. So this is gonna be at pixel size. So 64 by 20 by 28, and then we're gonna make it a child of game object here, and we're gonna make this scaled down to a reasonable size. Okay. Yeah, because I still want it to be visible. It's gonna billboard and everything, so it should be fine. I think the scale is uniformed. We shouldn't have anything to worry about. So I'm not gonna be too concerned here. So we can add. The pivoting is gonna look fine. It's a little blurry right now because I need to apply my default sprite image preset. Pixel sprite preset. Yeah, there we go. We should be good with that. Applied, and now it's gonna look clean, beautiful. And then we can make these individual components. So we're gonna have to make components for. Is that like that? In this image, do I have like, no, it should be just one color. I'll have to deal with that later. I like when games have, yeah, I'm trying to do that. Bro, what's up? Template fired, thank you. The swings are 3D meshes attached to a player. Yeah, it's 3D meshes, and then we're cycling through the UVs. So the texture scrolls across the mesh. It's fine. I just want to think about something different. How else I might go about drawing the swing where you can still tell where things are in 3D space, but not make it feel so jarring compared to the sprites you're playing with. But maybe, just maybe, like that's kind of the concession we have to make, or what I'm going to have to deal with by making this 2.5D 3D game. Like, just things are going to be weird sometimes, and we're just going to have to live with that. Okay, this looks more correct now. Perfect. And then let's just look at, I think I'm using what? It's gonna be a score of F, right? So let me grab one of these, and let's try seeing what this font may look like and how we may visually. Look how cute the little color selector is. Look at this cute little color selector. It's so adorable. It's so adorable. All right. We can start very simple, and then we can worry about how we're going to do style later. So we can do something like, here we go. We can do something simple like this, and then we can iterate on it. We can make it more illustrative. I'd like to do more illustrative instead of like, because this feels too clean and UI-y. So maybe what I can do, I think we're gonna make it more like kind of wooden shaped and kind of hand drawn in some way. Do I not have my drawing tablet? Or I have my tablet, but I don't know where my pen is. I can't draw without my pen. 1 second. Couldn't find the button. Oh, here's my pen. Found my pen. Okay, with this, or are there other games like this? Yeah, that like the presentation or that VFX trick I'm doing. The VFX UV offset thing is a pretty common VFX tool. As far as this presentation, I'm definitely not the one who invented it, but it's definitely 2.5D stuff is something I've always kind of enjoyed. Yeah, my tablet's controlling that monitor, so we're gonna have to do something with this real quick first. Let me look up. I know there's these commands I have here, and then we have this. What is it? Xset Wacom, and then what is the command? Oh my goodness, I just messed that up. Okay, I'm gonna grab this like this. I have to actually copy and paste it, which sucks. Why are you doing that, camera? Why are you doing that? I'm gonna do that. Does this work? Nope, still the wrong one. So we're just gonna do the same thing here. Stylus is 12 actually. Now it's controlling the correct place. Very nice. I should really just do that. I think for the time being this is actually gonna be 12, so I'm gonna update this. Cool. And I can just close out of this because hopefully I don't need to use it again. And I'm gonna try just illustratively drawing here. Actually, before I even commit, let's think a little bit about this UI. Because I did a little baby illustration here, but I haven't thought about like, because I want to do skeuomorphic, right? So we could do the thing where this is made out of wood, maybe. All in-game explanation be damned. We're just gonna do our own thing. I want to prioritize a very warm UI over any diegetic explanation for why these things exist, with some kind of border. So I have the general layout here. I'm trying to think of like, why does this feel weird? This doesn't feel. Okay, whatever. So like we do like wooden signs that have like a border, like a frame. There is wood signs that like have like just rough edge where like the end of the board just goes there. And like the edges are very much exposed and the planks are rough. But I think we're gonna do something very framed here. And we can make it feel like it's a physically constructed frame that pops up. That's one idea. And then maybe have like wooden backing here or something. We can do the dialogue, so it seems like the door is talking to you. Hey buddy, you suck. You got an F in that last run. Get better. But I kind of like this. There's like a visual language to separate, do the divisions and partition things around. And like if you have an item you found here, it's like in like, or if there's nothing, if it's missing, there's like an empty spot for where that item may have gone. You know, maybe it's like a pan or something. But if you do find it, it's like, oh, you actually, it's a physical thing found and it goes in here now. And now we have this indicator of, hey, it's present, you did the thing, you missed this, you got this. I don't know, I kind of like that embedded feel. Thank you, Chris Waite. So quick question, where did you start off besides just the game making drag and drop? How creative, dude. You came up with this, or other games? This is crazy, dude. It's messing with my head. Is it possible to use volumetric lights to light sprites? I am. So I wrote my own. So what you're describing, volumetric lighting, is a real thing I wanted to do, and I actually might still do it to light it. But the dynamic lighting you're seeing in the sprites is just basically using normal maps. I'm not using normal maps. I'm calculating my own vectors on runtime, but it's essentially kind of doing something similar to that. So if we go into the game right now, and I don't know why that just disappeared. Let me maximize the screen for a moment. Where is the I have to run around for a second because I don't actually know where. Oh, there you are. So yeah, the F is gonna be stretched. It's okay. So if we look at the player sprite, in fact, we're gonna zoom in real quick, even more. You notice how the edges are being illuminated? So there's a whole technique you can do called using normal maps, which is basically another texture beyond just the initial sprite. So you have the texture of like the actual character sprite that you see here with colors, but then you have another texture that uses this color space. You can think about it as a color space, and these indicate vectors of like the surface. So even though you might have a flat surface, you can kind of make it the computer or GPU think that it's actually not flat, and maybe there's an edge here that should be illuminated by a light source. So you end up having like a bunch of these textures with that data encoded onto it. Let me find one for the character, because I used to use this and now we're doing our own calculations. But yeah, you have a bunch of for every texture you have another one with this information encoded into it. However, you may have noticed I said I used to use that. That's because I moved away from using normal maps and instead moved to just calculating them myself. For two reasons. One, it just makes life easier on me. I don't have to make two textures for every single sprite I make. I only have to make one, the sprite itself. And two, it gives me a lot more control in terms of how we do that lighting. If you notice it here, it's only lighting 1 pixel, but I can actually change that. I can make that light multiple pixels, have it be thicker. So I go to the Cozy Sprite shader. That's the one that's in charge of this. We have this pixel distance. I can configure this to be like 4 pixels instead of 2 pixels. And if I move around, it's gonna recompute at some point. Yeah, there we go. And now you see that the outline is much more chunkier. It's no longer 1 pixel thick. It's like a couple pixels thick. I'm not sure how well you can see it. So, and I can even add more nuance to it. Now we're back to a single pixel. So you can add it with this implementation. We can make it as nuanced or chunky as we want to. We can add more normals to it. Right now I'm just using 4 directional, but we can add more intermediary stuff for smoother pixel transitions, and there's a bunch of options we have here for making this pop out even more. But yeah, it's a very cool thing. And this is all just using surface shaders, fragment shaders. You can do volumetric lighting, but that's not really pixel specific. That's just a general lighting thing you could do, so that instead of seeing empty space here where this light is, you'll see an actual volume for where the light is. That's the thing we're going to be working on, because like we have this fog, so it's kind of communicating that there's some air particulates in the atmosphere, and if there's light and there's a lot of density, they should be interacting. But we'll see. People fake it just by using transparent meshes, but I kind of want to do the cool thing of having actual volumetric lighting, but we will see. We will see. That's gonna be a side quest thing. I hate doing shaders with it. What? The shader code is my favorite thing to code. I love doing shaders. It's so quick to iterate through them. It's quick to make changes. You see your effects immediately, and then there's not much, like, architecture or complexity you have to manage. It's just the stuff. The only thing that sucks is that oftentimes shaders feel like, oh, I don't know the magic words to do the thing. But like once you understand the basic magic words to do stuff, like defining if you're gonna use a vertex or fragments, or if you're gonna use Unity surface thing, or if you're gonna use a vert image underscore image thing, and like once you get across that and figure out like doing your own definitions for things and kind of treating like C where you can do a Unity build, not like Unity engine, but like a glob build, you start having a way more power. Yeah, shaders are so fun. I see AirPixel has a normal direction, dude. It looks great. Thank you. If you have belts and props on the sprite, can we calculate normals to make the pop from the sprite? So that's the thing, right? I have, even though I implemented our own calculation, this is only going to illuminate the edges of the sprite. So details that should be like, if you want to be more detailed and like detail things like belts or different articles or boots or whatnot, like you only get that if you make them a separate sprite. So even though I added this calculation thing, I'm still making it an option where I can still use normal maps if I so choose to within this lighting pipeline, so that you can have the best of both worlds. If I really want to have some if I want to have normals because I think a character or object requires that detail, I can do it. And if there's something like the main character who's going to have a bunch of assets I have to make for them, then no, we get just to be like super simple, dumb simple. So let's get some UI inspiration real quick, because I think there's like FF11 the website is like super, it very much is kind of it's still super skeuomorphic, and I dig it. There's also there's something else that came to mind now, but now I can't remember it. For trying to get some clue in for how I want to draw this. Oh yeah, and just like Final Fantasy UI in general. It's a weird thing. I'm kind of drawing from fantasy RPG visual languages, even though this is not anything but that. Yeah. Maybe we just do our own thing, so that people aren't as confused when they're like, this game has a Final Fantasy or RPG presentation, but where's my fantasy? Where's my final? Who knows, man? What are you building? Making some UI right now. Also, what's up, Darani? Thank you. I'm glad you dig the fog. In AI, I was actually bad with shader. I just did crystal shader for an exam where I used grab paths to simulate refraction. Gotcha. Interesting. I mean, is this within Unity too, or are you using something else for that? You mentioned HLS, so I'm assuming that, but I don't know. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Why Orps? Mega Man UI? Mega Man. Mega Man's great. A lot of this game's mechanical, like loop design, is coming from Mighty Gunvolt Burst, which is kind of like the spiritual, not successor, I guess, but a follow-up to Mega Man in some capacity. Alright, whatever. Let me just get some. Let's change the no. Change this to use a yes. And we're gonna explore. We're gonna explore a little bit, guys. I was gonna do some like illustrations, but I think I just want to jump into it. I think I just want to jump into doing some of this, and then we're gonna see if it's too noisy and distracting, and if it needs to be changed, or if it's actually peak and perfect, and I've stumbled upon the perfect UI ever constructed. I kind of like I'm using a really small resolution for this because it kind of prevents me from being crazy. I love drawing wood, like wood textures, that kind of thing. Trees. It's super, I don't know. I like nature. I like, it's a very comforting kind of thing for me. So, But usually I'm working at bigger resolutions when I'm doing that stuff. I mean, not bigger, but a little bit bigger. This should be fine, though. Way more user friendly. But I don't understand why our teachers teach us HLSL instead of shader graph. I find it way more user friendly. It's user friendly in some capacities, but you're kind of limited in a lot of other things. Also, like when you start doing significantly complex things, it becomes very limiting. Like there's a reason people in Unreal will like do some prototypes and blueprints, but then write it in C++. It's not only just because, faster performance or whatever, but it's also like it's easier to maintain in code versus blueprints. Like it takes up so much space. It becomes a rat's nest very easily, especially when you're doing very complex stuff. And then like you have some additional options for like how things get compiled and reused, especially using CGen C files. Super helpful. Yeah, and it's kind of closer to like I mean, it's not the same thing as like actually using things like certain low-level languages. Unity HLSL is a different thing. It's also kind of a different beast than the natural one you see in the wild. So we're gonna say the direction of light is like top left. We're gonna assume that. So we're gonna cast our shadows that way as well. So we're gonna have cast shadows that fall down like this, and bring this bad boy down, and now we have this thing where all of a sudden the cast shadow is not going to be hitting it as directly. But we still want to have some kind of separation between the background and this. So we can kind of maybe rely on just the color difference to be enough for the user to visually parse it out. Or maybe this is one of the areas where you say, hey, we're going to intervene. We're going to be like those documentarians who, instead of let penguins die in the wild, they actually intervened and helped them and broke their rules. But hey man, we're not gonna let the penguins die. And maybe the penguins here are the users. We're not gonna let them struggle. The coding, I couldn't see the whole stream yesterday. Kind of. The stream from last time, we didn't finish the bug. I'm gonna do that off stream because it's just kind of a meticulous, dumb thing I have to deal with. And so we're instead of working on building some UI for when it's done, and I can at least start seeing how this is gonna look and be presented. That's true. A lot of people do like that in Unreal. I understand that. I did both for Project Blueprint and C++, but I ended up using a mix of them. Love your work using the Sage with WebGL now. Hey, sick man. I'm glad to see it, dude. Yeah, WebGL's fun. WebGL's fun. Also because in Unreal you can expose variables and methods as blueprints. Not as blueprints, but in a way that you can use them in blueprints. Yeah, like you can make code snippets. So like you can make your own code blocks and blueprints for that kind of thing. So like performance is still a consideration. But even then, like the blueprints compilation is not surprisingly not that crazy. I was kind of surprised how not bad the performance was. But yeah, a lot of just managing things. But let's say you have something that's very much performance intensive. You can just wrap that in a blueprint in C++ and then make it a blueprint block that people can use. Though honestly, I'm not sure if people are doing anything super duper intensive like that. Like I don't think it's every day I'm encountering some stuff. You know what? Maybe. No, I'm lying. There's times. if you're doing some like dynamic textures, anything that's like dealing with any kind of volume or areas of data, then things grow, iteration costs are high, and things can very easily balloon in computation, like time cost. Let's add another color, because of course. No, I don't want this to blend in too much with this. So I had the idea of making this potentially even have like a little background texture to it. I'm not sure if I want to use a shadow color as the basis for it, because it's gonna be kind of confusing to differentiate this from that. You know what I'm saying? I could do this. I can select this and then use it in the shadows so that this feels like a continuous part, not like a separate thing. But if we're gonna have like UI elements over here, I think it's gonna be kind of weird to have this texture on there. So this is an option we have here. I'm gonna save it. Might do some additional mockups. Let me make another version of this a bit more yellow and hue shift it a little bit, so we can have some more contrast. You can never go wrong with some contrast. Nice. Very nice. I almost want to make this a little bit thicker, but I'm scared. I'm scared of doing that. So we'll just leave this as is for now. Let's check how this looks in game. And so the raw image here, we're gonna have some weird stuff going on with it, because now I realize this parent is the general scale factor, but then this one's actually the body scale factor, which yeah, we're gonna have to do some stuff here. I think I'm gonna apply it to this guy. Paste component values, get rid of this. The pivot's not that far away, so life is still good. Yeah, cool. And then we have the texture I'm assuming we're gonna use. Yeah, because it's gonna be assigned in runtime. What's up, i3? I never heard of Sway. Is it good? Also, what's up, WRM? Hey man, llegó tarde. Lo liberaron YouTube. What happened with YouTube? Was it held back? Good luck on the game, bro, and keep up the work. And my energy and spirit and blessings are sent along the way. I'll be back when I can next time you're streaming. Thank you, I appreciate it, man. Hey, thanks, man. I'm glad you dig the setup. I main. I want that monitor. It's a good monitor. I got it for pretty cheap too, like 20 bucks. Or no, 50 bucks, I think. What is the sound playing in the background? The music. It's music coming from my CD player. So check this out. We have a CD player playing this mix, and it's transmitting through shortwave FM to this radio, which is then broadcasting to these small speakers, not the big ones, small speakers. And I have a microphone right here recording it. So I can add some additional processing to it while still sounding like it has that weird radio quality to it. But yeah, I can adjust stuff here. I can like change the sound character, the EQ with a graphic EQ, make it all bass. Pretty sick. I could always change the FM channel too if you guys want to listen to some live radio, but I think it's fine. I think we're good for that. I also have cassette players too, but I don't have any cassettes, so unfortunately that's off the books. But yeah, we have like reverb control, so I can make it, right now it's like half reverb. I can turn it off, I can turn it all the way on. And now it's like super spacey, even more spacey than it already is. It's pretty cool, man. Nonetheless, nonetheless, the ambience is just right. I'm glad, man. Yeah, a lot of, there's been, I don't know, it makes me very happy to do this kind of thing, to futz around with the audio and all this whole equipment chain, and I'm glad you guys dig it. I know it's kind of this crazy thing, but I think it's neat, and I enjoy sharing it with y'all. What size is this going to be? Okay, is this... One second, let me check something, because I feel like performance is kind of not great. Am I right to be concerned? No, we're fine, I think. Sometimes it's check for a second, but I think we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Scale is going to be for this guy. Yeah, Unity is just kind of checking for some reason. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. We can get rid of this component. And honestly, we can just kind of apply this scale factor to this. No, not that. Yes, this. Yeah. And then this one's gonna be, I don't know, what's the resolution for this F? It's 16 by 16. So this is gonna be 16 by 16 now. And we're gonna move this where it belongs. Also, this is this the correct size? 64 by 18. That's not the resolution, is it? No, this should be 64 by 28. Yeah, I was gonna say that feels a little too small. There we go. Now, if you play, hopefully this looks correct. So cool. Thank you, guys. Retro's always nice. Yeah, you gotta go back to it. It's nice. So, like, this whole CD burning journey I'm going through is partially, like, there's a whole ideological thing that's going on here where it's like, I hate how much we don't own things. I hate that everything is a service. I hate that the music I listen to I don't own it and can be just deleted the next day, because that's happened. And I also hate how much my phone controls me, and how, like, we have this one device that's kind of doing everything. Why are you? That's, like, so wrong. That's, like, wrong on so many levels. Okay, I'm assigning the wrong thing. But yeah, like, I hate that there's this one device. There's, like, this one device that, like, we do everything for, and, like, there's so many psychological tricks where you may just go just to check the time, but you get distracted by something else because your phone has everything on it, right? Or I go to play music and then there's videos there because it's YouTube and you get distracted. So, like, I'm trying to break this into individual devices again. So, like, now I have an actual watch, a digital watch that's super dumb, doesn't, it's no Internet of Things, and guess what? When I check the time on here, it just does what it's supposed to. I don't get distracted. There's no services on here. I just get what I want from it, and it takes nothing more than I wanted. This device, the CD player, it does what it does. I don't get distracted by anything else more than it. There's no psychological tricks. It has the music I want it to have on there. And even then, like, the amount of decisions you have to make are far less, because it's just a certain number of songs, and you either advance it or go back, and I want to feel like I own technology and not be owned by technology. So, this is partially nostalgia, but I think there's a other part of me that's very much that it's kind of rebelling by doing this kind of thing. Cause I don't like the effects of this stuff. Thank you, Glad Terror. Yeah, it's supposed to be very, very cozy. So I'm glad you guys are able to. You feel. I'm glad it feels cozy for you guys, wherever you're at. Do you use the F2 button? Can be handy. Yeah, I have F2. I could put my keyboard into this mode. That's what this light means. And now everything here is something different. So all of a sudden, these buttons, the numbers, become F buttons. So this becomes F1, F2, F3, whatever. This becomes a numpad. So if I go to, I'm not sure if I have a numlock on this. I need to rebind this because I got rid of some buttons because I assumed things are going to behave one way, but now they don't. If they behave the way I intend them to... No, it's numlocked. So now these are number buttons. Yeah, and I'll deal with that later. Yeah, normally this becomes the numpad here. But, yeah. I have to fix something with this. I have to make it default on. But yeah, that's how I access this stuff. Is Minecraft? Nah, just a game. Oh, the music? Nah, it's a Windows ambience thing I'm playing. It's very nice. I enjoy it. I figured I'd save this more relaxed mix for the night stream, or for later in the night. What are we doing here? Yes, I was changing the level progress. This needs to have the rank. It's using background. That's wrong. It has to use this now instead. Okay, so hopefully we should see the correct thing now. So we go back into the game. Zoom in a little bit out. I was like super zoomed in for that little demonstration. But I need to see. Hey, and there's the UI. And it follows me like it's supposed to. Sweet. It's not disabling when it's supposed to though. So we gotta deal with that. But I think it's just as simple as just assigning the correct object. It's as simple as that. Card root. Yeah, we need to select card root. And card root is going to be this now. As well as the entrance trigger, I believe, which is here. And you're going to be this now. Cool. So we have this wooden look. What are we going to do for the lettering? On the one hand, I don't want to fall into analysis paralysis. On the other hand, though, I kind of want to make sure I do something. Oh, we need to do this middle divider too. That's something we need to do. So let me mark it here. Simple letterbox divider. What is your keyboard? It's called an Ergodox, and the operating system is Ubuntu using i3. How old am I? I'm almost 30, so I'm not too old, to be honest. Honestly, I'm kind of the outside of the age demographic for a lot of this stuff, but I kind of grew up with like outdated things, so it feels nostalgic for me. Maybe not outdated, but I guess for the time. Who knows? Okay. Yeah, like I was playing Super Nintendo games when it was very much not the when it was very much not in vogue and such. Okay, I feel like we need to do something for edges here. It feels weird just having that be like that, but I don't know. W Linux user, thank you, man. It's from 1985, I believe. Arch better, yeah, probably. Hi there, I love your work. One question though. Why the old screen? Because it's great. It feels great. Feels great. We don't need no OLED. We don't need none of this stuff. That's a distraction. More than 280p? That's a distraction. What was that thing that Bill Gates said? A lot of people need more than 65K of RAM or 64K of RAM or whatever it was. Whatever that number was. Oh, dude. Yeah, that one doesn't quite feel right to me. Have frogs in it? If so, why not? What do you have against frogs? What can I say, man? Actually, it does have frogs. It has paper frogs, though. Folded paper frogs. Yeah, it's folded, what does it call it? Origami frogs, if that counts for anything. Time bomb monitor, thank you, man. What switches are you using? I'm using KT Strawberries. Yeah, it's very comfortable. How's your day? Also, what are you making? I'm making some UI right now for the game and just prototyping some stuff, seeing what feels right. I think I'm gonna also work on the door, because right now the door is just a 2D plane, and I actually want to have doors occupy a 3D space so the player can go around them. Yeah, so like right now it's invisible from behind. I don't like that. And the UI pops up here. Some Z-viting. It's okay. We can live with Z-viting, or we're gonna fix that. It's not gonna be like that. But also, I'm realizing that because this is in 3D, not a 2D sprite overlay, I can actually add verticality to this in a way that, because it's billboarding towards the sprite to canvas, so I can actually like. Oh, this is gonna be kind of weird, but really cool. Actually, I can separate this into multiple layers. Oh, that's gonna be actually really cool. So it's not just like your standard. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're having some Jimmy Neutron brain blasts right now. We're just having some Jimmy Neutron brain blasts. This is a great day. This is a fantastic day. What a glorious day. What a great day to be alive. What a great day. Eight directional, bro. The movement, yeah, it's fully. It's not. It's 8 directional, but it's also you control the camera, so I guess technically it's every directional. Actually, if you use a controller, it's actually every directional as well. It's not bound to just 8 directions. All right, we're gonna see this. This is actually be really cool, and it makes me kind of happy that I decided not to use Unity's the normal 2D UI stuff for this. Because now this looks good. We're gonna have this extra, like the whole ethos of the game, or pathos, is adding depth to 3D in a way you don't usually see. So if we can make even the UI feel 3D and interactive, I think that's gonna be really freaking awesome. I think it's gonna be super cool. So now there's a back, but then there's also a front. Am I gonna call this back? Like what am I gonna name this? Back? I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. And then up here, I need to rebind a sprite so I can use Vim motions to navigate the UI. But for right now, this will suffice. But yeah, we can do this. We can do this. A little bit of that. Save that as well. Okay, we're back in the game, and I can go into the scene where this guy is, duplicate it, move it forward. Oh, wrong one. Wrong thing to duplicate. This is what we're duplicating. move it. I guess I'm gonna move it to the back, and then we're gonna use a new sprite because we're cool like that. So freaking cool. We're gonna duplicate the sprite. We're gonna move it to the parent directory here, and we're gonna call this bad boy. I don't know. Oh yeah, also you talked about the F2 bindings. I have a key specifically for F2 without having to trigger this other thing. I have one for F2 and F12 because those are very much super helpful. So progress card back, you're going to be using this. And we're also going to apply our pixel sprite preset, set it to be 64, apply it, and then we're going to go back into Unity. We're going to go into here, drag this back in there. Oh my goodness. This is already looking kind of sick. I might have to resize it a little bit, but okay, we're gonna see. Moment of truth, guys. Moment of truth. This is either gonna be the coolest thing ever, or it's gonna be like super jank. There's no in between here. It's either we stumble upon peak, or we actually fell into the pit. I should really make this closer to me. I keep trying to find it. Okay. I'm not really seeing that much dimensionality, honestly. Like if I'm zoomed in, I can kind of see it. I think I'd have to make it more. I have to add more texture information to really see the parametric. It's also billboarding, so it's going to be very. Like unless I do some really off thing. So this is a very meh. I guess if we had like if we get from bigger angles like here, it's kind of there, but you also see some weird stuff too, especially if you look from above. So we get none of the benefit and all the downsides. Oh, that's awesome. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. Great. So everything, all the negatives, none of the benefits, because even when it's here, you can't even see depth because it's unlit. So it's like I guess you can maybe see some parallaxing maybe, but it's billboard. Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, I'm a buster. We busted out. This is not the peak I envisioned. This is not the peak. Oh, brother, you hate to see it. I guess if I make it further away, but then it's gonna be really goofy looking. Oh man. Let's press play again. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Well, I guess this makes my life easier because I don't have to worry about like, and to cover those issues, I'd have to make this actually I have to model this. That's just what I would have to do, is model it. If there's one thing I'd outsource about this game, it's the modeling. I gotta actually pay someone to do some stuff for this, but yeah, we're just not gonna do that. We're not gonna, unless, I mean, okay, I can do something with this. I could make this billboard on every single axis, so we never see that weird stuff on the top, so that there's no axis constraint. It just billboards freely. Oh wait, one second. I have to. So like even if I look up, it's like looking at you. I could do that. It eliminates the issue, but then it also kind of eliminates the whole benefit of this whole thing still, of like seeing depth, unless I make it wobble, like not immediate, but actually delayed. It kind of looks like doesn't this look like a YouTuber, like a Minecraft YouTuber? Hey guys. We're playing Minecraft. I don't know. What was it? Hunger Games? Oh man, classic average game development experience. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. Dude, you got such a nice, comforting voice, certified sleep voice. I'm glad, man. Good night from the AM hours of Sweden. I appreciate it, Safika. I hope you have a good one. Hopefully you enjoy. I can't wait for snow. I can't wait for winter to come here. I think if I want to do this, if I want to have some semblance of parallaxing, we should make this not immediate. We're going to do something dangerous here. We're going to have this... We're going to add another field here. We're going to call it float speed. And what we're going to do is have the billboarding not happen immediately. So that what are we doing here? Camera controller? Valiant save camera up and rect transform. Camera rect transform. Okay. Update. Camera controller. Okay, here's where we do the transformations here. So instead of applying this directly, we're gonna do like a lerp and see if how good that works. Or like a stepped translation to it, so it's not instantaneous. So we're gonna have a speed thing here, and then we're gonna do something simple where it's like default equals -1. We're gonna have two things. We're gonna have speed, and we're also gonna have a boolean for instant look. It's gonna be set to true because that's everything that uses this component is instantly looking. What I want this to do is preserve that for everybody else, but now we're gonna have this new extra option. Perfect. And what are we going to do here? New rotation, transform, rotation, quaternion Euler. Okay. To transform the look. So this is a mutation. This is actually directly affecting. This directly affects things, which I don't want to do. Is there a way to have like a proxy transform that doesn't use this? Can we use like quaternion look at? Because I believe at some point I probably did new rotation equals and then we probably passed in the current transform dot rotation what are we trying to do here? These are vectors, right? Forwards and upwards vector. Okay, so the forward vector would be the delta between camera dot position and minus transform dot position, and this would be a world space transformation. Yeah, we're doing split key today, Andre. Gonna fry your eyes, maybe, or maybe it would enhance me. Maybe I'm gonna be elevated, dude. Maybe, just maybe, with enough CRT brain blasting and enough Play-Doh, we can reach a new level of ascension here. Don't get stuck in there. No. There we go. Why buy a stress ball when you can have like a Play-Doh to just mold and mallate to another dimension with that monitor? Yes, sir. That's the plan, at least. We're gonna see if this breaks things. So I'm gonna change the way we calculate this rotation, and I'm gonna expose my bad math potentially, but it's okay. It's okay. We can live with a little exposure. Interesting. Transform that rotation. Okay, so this is gonna be. We're gonna preserve the old implementation here. New rotation. Okay. Why is it saying that this is... Why are you saying this is wrong? This is the current... Well, this is a look rotation, but... Also, is this in world space or local space, actually? Rotation of the transform in world space. Beautiful. Okay, so the old rotation times the look direction times this quaternion, this Euler offset, X, Y, Z, and then... What is this jank thing I'm doing, dude? I'm doing something super jank here, I feel. And then we override it with the original... okay, because we're trying to lock certain angles of freedom. And then we do this quaternion Euler XYZ, okay. But now we're gonna do this speed thing. Let's just see if I didn't break stuff first. I think that's the first important thing to do. Let's just see if I didn't break things. Because I feel like I did. I feel like we've done some wrong. For the aesthetic, to be honest, you valid. Thank you, man. Dude, about to send in a... Yeah, bro, I already subscribed. Thank you. Thank you, U77. Been using Ubuntu with Omakube, but thinking about installing i3. What's Omakube? Do you have a link to your dot files? I have a link to my i3 configs and stuff like that. It's just on my GitHub. Yeah, it's in the Discord. But I think it should be Trixelbit. You should be able to find my GitHub that way. I'm not sure how many people are called that, but yeah, it should be there. I'm scared. I feel like we've done some very bad things today with this quaternion, this look direction component. This is a very old component I use in like a bunch of projects. Oh, fantastic! Look at that. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong here. That's just how it's supposed to work. Just like the doctor asked. Just like the doctor ordered. I see nothing wrong here. Nothing wrong at all. No, that's just normal. I'd be concerned if you didn't look like that's just desired behavior. That's just how things should be, man. Okay, I'm clearly doing some bad things here. I think it's stemming from... I'm not sure how this operation from transform look at is working. You know, maybe also this operation too of like applying this look rotation onto here times this quaternion offset. Okay, I'm understanding why we do some of this stuff, or at least the idea behind why we do some of this stuff. It may still be very bad, but I understand what I was thinking. I'm thinking. Camera position. Look at camera dot position. So camera is what? Okay, so this is getting a reference to the global camera. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Camera dot position world space. We have our local transform position. We get the delta of that. Maybe it's normalized. Maybe I have to. Oh, I didn't normalize it, did I? Okay, maybe that affected. Maybe that probably affected some things. Let's see. Maybe I'm not as bad as I thought I was. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Give me heart palpitations. What, dude? This is ecstasy. This is smoothing for the mind and the soul. All right, we're gonna see if this flickers like crazy, and it's still flickering like crazy. So it wasn't just a normalization thing. Maybe I'm crazy, but it seems almost okay. No, it's still bad. It's still very bad. Okay. So normalizing this was not the issue here, or at least maybe not the issue potentially. Okay. Ooh, I keep forgetting that this opens up a terminal. I'm so used to using Alt-Enter, when really I'm supposed to be doing Shift-Enter. What's all this? I'm new here. What's going on? We're doing some terrible things. We're doing some bad math. We're just doing some good old 2 plus 3 plus crayon equals pi. We're doing some pi equals 4 type business today. That's what we're doing. Rotation, quaternion, look rotation. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. I'm trying to. This is stemming from me just trying to do something to try to make the billboarding not be instantaneous, but instead be slowed down. And instead of using these functions that transform that change the transform directly, like transform.lookAt, I'm trying to do it directly, so I can do some quaternion lerping, so we can have some smooth rotations as an option. But honestly, for what I'm trying to use this for, it's like I'm not even sure if it's worth doing this. Like I should add this functionality to the script because I think it's necessary at some point in the future. But for this thing, it's one of those problem spaces where like I'm just doing a UI. We don't need to make this. It's not. I think even making it be lerp is not going to be that valuable for seeing the boxes like offset a little bit. But at the same time, now we're just here. We chose this world of pain. We chose this for ourselves. It's not pain. We chose this world of confusion. I know quaternion multiplication is not commutative, but I'm pretty sure the way I was doing it is fine. Of applying the look rotation to this guy, and this, and then like overriding new rotation X. And then you produce a new. We're doing something weird here. Like I should honestly. I think the fundamental implementation of this is just kind of jank in a way it shouldn't be. Like I think I might be better just using a matrix for this stuff and then applying constraints to the matrix itself, and then. That's a whole thing though. You already know Zito. Mr. Krabs' footsteps at keyboard. Joshua, you're the second person. Morgan brought that up in a stream a long time ago, and ever since they said that, I can't get Mr. Krabs out of my head. That's why I use the other IBM keyboard, and now I'm like kind of looking for something different because like I can't hear Mr. Krabs walking. I can't not hear Mr. Krabs. Spongy boy. Like it's in the brain, man. The CRT setup, thank you, man. You gained a sub over the CRT, thank you, man. We're all going back, Moon. We gotta go back. Is that C sharp? Yeah, this is in classic old C sharp. Tip to say to beginners: just do what you think is interesting, man. Set goals, short-term goals, and pursue what you think is cool. I think that's the simplest tip I can provide. Outside of that, there's things that like are not necessarily important, but I think they're important. But like, honestly, there's people I know who are very good programmers who didn't do that stuff, like using Vim and typing, like learning home row and stuff like that. That's just little stuff that's not really that significant. I think it has significance, but like, it's not going to be the end all be all. Quaternion, transform rotation, quaternion Euler. And then anything else would be like just the stuff you might learn with the syllabus of like, just learn your data structures. Use a statically typed language, please. For goodness sakes, please use a statically typed language. That'll be good for your brain. It's good for the soul. It prevents you from having a breakdown and crying, and your mom asking you like, why are you crying? And it's because my code is bad and I can't debug it because I use a dynamically typed language. So like, there's no guardrails or enforcements of any rules of types or anything. So things are going wrong and I don't know why and where. And now I'm just crying, and now I'm just contemplating quitting game deving altogether and just doing something else in my life. True story. All this happened in high school. So like, yeah, dynamically typed language, or not, use a statically typed language. It's good for you. I'll pass by some other time, almost 5 a.m. here. Going's over here. It's all good, man. I appreciate you popping in and saying hi, though. Don't forget to exercise. Yeah, I gotta get better with that. Why so many if statements? It's only, well, these are conditional. But, yeah, this is a billboarding constraint thing. That's really not that much if statements, though, brother. I've seen some atrocities. I've seen some war crimes. I think I tried making those ternary operators for each axis, but yeah, it's not that bad. It's only like one level of ifs, and that's it. Yeah, I think I'm going to just revert this and deal with this later, because I think the bang for my buck right now is not it, and I'd just rather be working on this other thing. So I'm going to read some math. I'm going to figure out I'm going to look into applying constraints via matrices instead of quaternions. Not quaternions, instead of Euler angles, which already seems really jank. Like, they're working good enough in this very simple thing, but now that I'm not using unique functions to do this stuff, it's a little sketch. It's a little sketch, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit sketch. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, we'll survive the sketch. New rotation. Yeah, and everything should be dandy again, and these things will be a to-do. Do better. Only the best of code comments. Looks scary. Forgive me, but Euler is pronounced Euler. I fought myself very hard there. I'm glad you fought. Still lost the battle there, but you know, it's okay. I've already been conditioned, alright? I already gone too many years in my room, in my basement, just saying it Euler to myself. Or no, Euler. Euler is, it requires conditioning. Unless you're gonna Pavlov me into start pronouncing it that way. There's no guarantees I'm gonna be able to do it the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. And we're not gonna do this thing because that's kind of jank and it's not really great. It's not doing what I want it to do. And I can unlock the axes, but unless there's some delay here, you're not gonna see the depth. So I think for now, I'm just gonna do the simple option. And then we'll revisit this later of just having this be in here and rendering stuff that way. And now I'm presented with the same question of how may I present this text here in a reasonable fashion? that stylistically makes sense. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think maybe I'm just thinking too deep about it, but I think there is something to having paying attention to lettering and that sort of thing. Communicates different things. If I go very organic, it's gonna be natural, feel handmade, human. If I go the other way, it can feel very inhuman, very artificial, maybe even like computers. A lot to consider. What webcam you use? For the hand cameras, I'm just using a normal Logitech one. For this one, I'm using a DSLR camera, a Nikon D3300. It's completely okay. I'm suffering. It's okay, man. It's okay. You don't have to don't beat yourself up. I get it. There's certain things that people have to correct. I had those things. Don't worry, man. It's all good. It's all gravy. Yeah, lettering, I think there's some importance to it. And we're gonna figure out what fits in the square hole. What goes in the square hole? Should I do lettering like that? Should I stick with the rigid thing? Or maybe we're doing this whole diegetic thing or this eumorphic thing. Maybe this can be a piece of paper with an F on it. Or jar that says, hey, you did bad. F. No. I think this is unfortunately where the place. I think we're just gonna do placeholder, and we'll come back to this later. I'm not gonna be a perfectionist about it. We're just gonna have something that holds a place for right now, and once we're further along in the game and have a better idea of what we're making, and we iron out some of the lore, maybe we can have a more diegetic in-universe frame for everything, and with that we can make some UI decisions that are more purposeful and communicate these things more importantly. So in this case, I think we're gonna leave this as is, save it, try this out. There's gonna be some Z fighting, we'll figure it out. Do you use, I must know, Ubuntu with i3 and PyCom for the blurring. Of course, Z fighting. Let me fix that real quick because I shan't tolerate this Z fighting. We shall have the Z's separated. There we go. Dang it, I'm all out of water, Bobby. I'm all out of water. Okay. I know I saw a light somewhere. Here we go. Okay. Now we have an F in this level. Now I know about that. Don't like the white. It sticks out though, but yeah, the lettering bothers me. That bothers me. That actually really bothers me. 1 second. Let me just. This. Is that better? Do I feel less infuriated by this? By this topography? No, not topography. Typography. I'm not even sure that's actually real. Okay, that feels more reasonable. It's cool that depth still has kind of an effect here. Okay. We have that going. I have to write a whole thing for the item management. I'm still thinking through what I want to do. So I think what I want to do instead is start iterating on the idea for this hub world with that image from Puerto Rico in mind. Here. Yeah, the one I posted in the Discord. because I really like this. FaZe Clan. What? What's going on with FaZe Clan? What desktop environment? Yeah, I got you. So I think, what's a detail that I see here? I like, the one thing I like is that it's actually an incline. That might not translate very well in the game, but I think it's a very minimal. Actually, we can like do some maths. Like what is the angle here that's gonna dictate the angle of the incline? Or actually, we can get the angle of the incline from there. Like, we just eyeballing it. Like, that'd be like, what? 15% or 15 degree angle or something like that. All right, let's start looking at this from a top-down view, though. In fact, we're gonna move this window over here so I can go between these two pretty frequently. So the general layout is that there's like this middle section here. There's like this middle section that exists. And there's for sure a road that happens here. There's a building here. Now I know within this block there's like a tree here for sure. And then there's like a light poles set around here. I'm just like parking it just to get a feel for what the layout of this environment is. I know there's a road that goes down here as well. I think it's contiguous, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, like it just goes down that way. And then there's something across here. There's a building up here. So the roads are very curved here. Topography looks like FaZe Clan's F or the design. I'm not sure if I'm following you, man. I'd like to follow. I'd like to understand, connect what you're saying. Where is the, okay, so it's like right by, before the lights. Yeah, something I kind of struggle with is that the levels I design feel very, like not abstract, but like they feel like, unreal. Not just stylistically or visually, but I mean, like you can't tell if people have lived there, right? Like there's no imprints of human activities or design or anything like that. Whereas like even something simple like this, you see all these different affordances for humans, evidence that people have been there with like the stickers and whatnot, and like there's some thought that's there that I usually kind of neglect. And these go down, they kind of like part to the side like this, I'm guessing. And they're contiguous as well. It's like, and it's like two per, it's like, yeah, two, so you can bisect these areas in two, and that kind of defines where these lamps would exist. And they're, in fact, they're kind of in the corners. Either before or on. So that's actually a cool little detail. I need to move this guy here. And there's like slight offset moving there. And it seems kind of asymmetrical because there's no benches over there I'm seeing. So this happens one way. Then over here it's like kind of like a general walkway through this. Interesting. F. Okay, there's some stuff to consider here. Yeah, because there's not even a walkway here. So there's like this ramp there. And then I believe there's a ramp here too. then there's like a little awning here, elevation. So let me see how I would even go about creating something like this here in game. So let's go into the level editor and let's start playing around with what this environment might look like, and even reduce some of this fog to kind of illuminate and kind of go from there. So we're going to go into here. I'm going to minimize this a little bit. And then I said it was like a 16-degree angle, right? On the, I believe I'm going to do it on the z-axis. Maybe the x-axis. Have ZB aligned. That's scale. Yeah, rotation on the z-axis. Yeah, 16 is almost too much, like 8 maybe. Might be more suitable. Maybe I'll do even a bit more modest. That feels a bit more right. And let me put on some more light. I'd use a directional light, but right now I kind of broke it with some changes I did last time, so we're gonna be flying a little blind here. That's okay. I can just bring these guys over here. And make a humongous, one big point light. Where are you? I don't see you anywhere. Oh, you're up there, that's why. I was like, where did you go? You're just up there. Make a big radius. I really need to figure out a way to make this like serialization happen in real time. And then, yeah, much bigger intensity. Yeah, vintage monitor. Hey man, I think your display is still too big. You need to probably, yeah, dude. A couple more panels. Yeah, I think I gotta downsample this more. I think I gotta get those JVC micro ones. I'm not using Windows, I'm using Linux. King Sky. Yeah, we're using good old-fashioned Linux with i3. It's a pretty good experience for me. I enjoy it. Also, this is not big enough. Header. Okay, this guy. I need a bigger range. Apparently 10 is not big enough sometimes. Sometimes I need to have like a bunch. Float field. Actually, no, am I wrong here? Was actually a field here? Oh, it is here. Yeah. Let's do like 30. Gotta get a CRT. You can find it for pretty cheap, man. What are you doing? I don't know what it is. I'm designing, right now I'm doing some like white boxing, even though I'm not using white boxes, but I am using boxes. And I'm kind of just doing some tweaks so I can have some better visibility here. So I can see the level a little bit better. More accurately. And yeah, that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's pretty sick. Actually, I enjoy doing this kind of thing. I don't do it that much. In fact, I've been so focused on technical implementations that I haven't really been working on content anymore. But now that we have some basic stuff to work with, I want to start designing our hub world, which is why I have these pictures here and making kind of a pseudo diagram of what this might look like and all that fun stuff. Yeah, just figuring out where we're gonna put things and how this hub world's gonna look like in relation to the player and all that. Man, like the UI stutters sometimes, and I don't think it's like a performance thing. I think it's just like a Unity being kind of, or like the UI at either X11 or something just being bad. So I'm gonna use this slope. Let's see how this slope feels in game. I refuse to use Microsoft Java. No. Sadly, when you're working with some engines, that's an option you have. It's not bad. Well, I guess if you don't want to have like have Microsoft and be tied to Microsoft, then that's bad. But I guess when you use an engine, you're kind of stuck with that, right? I mean, it's kind of why I started working on my own engine, but that's a different thing. But you don't have that independence that from big corpo overlords. Why is the CRT effect on this not working as intended? I don't know. It's so inconsistent. I don't understand why it behaves this way. One second. Let me just deal with something real quick. 1 second. No, not Unity's render. I'm using my own render pipeline, camera pipeline. Yeah. Why am I using this constant? I have a constant. This constant's been defined. Okay, whatever. Whatever. No, not whatever. That bothers me, actually. That actually bothers me. Yeah, Unity Pi. I even have a higher precision thing for that, too. Okay, whatever. We're not going to worry about this. Where's pixel size used? Do something dumb. I really don't want to deal with the shader uniform right now, but I kind of need to like continuously futz around with it, so maybe I just gotta do that. I know Godot has their own language. Godot has a bunch of languages. No, then you just use Unreal. There's classes of types of, there's requirements that Unreal would not meet for certain people. Like if you're trying to make an application for web, Unreal would not work, or at least it would require a lot of futzing around. And even then you would have something that's way larger than you may need. That's why once I get this game and one more game done, I'd like to switch to working on my engine and just have ultra lean games, ultra lean code that just does what it's supposed to do. Have life be good, man. It's very stimulating. I'm glad, Angel. What's up, Kieran? It's actually cool. Yeah, GDScript is very powerful. I like the languages I use, and I'm sure you could try using other languages, but one good thing about standards is that you can apply it to other things. Of Paper Mario with sprites in 2D space, yeah. I actually would like to do... I have another game that's further exploring this, but with 2D illustrated art instead of pixel art. 1 second. Let me go to the camera. And there's a post-processing thing I have going on here. Yeah, this shader here. Pixel size. The thing that's terrible about writing a basic CRT shader is that, like, you know, it's hard to see how your CRT shader is working when you have using an actual CRT. I mean, granted, it's not accurate and not the way it's supposed to be, but at the same time, here we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, enough to kind of be visible when you squint and look, but not enough to be distracting. Okay, so I think I like this slope. How do I feel about the size of this? Yeah, definitely too big. I need to model some lamps too, but we'll play around with the lamps later. I need to figure out the color language for this environment. So it's actually, you're supposed to be starting up here. So you actually might have like a couple things. Okay, this is pretty cool though. I'm sure you can try using other language, but standards reminds me of a paper. Yep. Starve to get a direction or something, kind of like that. I'm thinking about doing something like that. So like, I'll show you the game. It's, by the way, guys, we have a Discord in case you want to see, I don't know, game dev updates or be part of playtests in the future. In the legacy stuff, though, if I go up through the updates, game updates, there's a game I worked on before this one that is not complete. I want to revisit it and make it better once I stress test my dev kit with this game first. But that one does a lot more of this kind of, it's not fully, it's like a it's a 2D presentation, but everything's in 3D, but it's 2D assets. Here we go. Let me pause the music real quick, because I think this has audio. 1 second. So this is the game I was working on. So, like it's 2D illustrated, but not quite. It's kind of like Don't Starve Together in terms of how it's kind of done, but yeah, Crimson Crown. I love this game. I can't wait to get back to this game and making it work. Oh, dude, I forgot how good the music. I'm so happy with that song, dude. I used to do music, man. I still do music composition, but like, it feels like it's been a while since I've done some high quality production. We'll get there eventually. We'll go back to working on that stuff again. But yeah, that's the kind of style we're going for. Style we're going for. I want to use my custom terrain editor. Not custom, my just terrain editor for this, or a terrain editor. It's Unity's terrain editor, just with my own stuff on there. I think if I want to have some of this stuff is going to be topologically based, so using primitives like this may not work well for what I'm trying to do, or for changes I make. Let me find the other test. What is this called again? This texture? Test fixture 1. Yeah, I think I have another test fixture 2. Or maybe I want to use, do I have 3? I don't have a 3. I need to make a 3. I knew it. You did something with music. You gave me music vibes since the beginning. Yeah, we're very big music guy. Before I was a programmer, I was doing music production for different games and projects and just personal stuff, and we've gone through arcs. We've gone through different arcs. Okay, we're gonna do like, I would prefer to play a game than make one personally. Hey, people are different. People are different. I honestly prefer making games than playing them, which is kind of weird, but I don't know, there's something about making games that's very, very engaging for me. Yeah, I do singing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do some singing. I'm not very confident in it, but there's one song that I actually did like a full singing, like lead vocals on, and it was not out of choice. It was for a competition, and I couldn't hire someone within 2 weeks, so I did it. But it was for that previous game I just showed right now. Let me find Newgrounds. Let me find it. Newgrounds, please load. Why are you hiccuping? Why are you doing this to me? I want to have retro equipment, not retro internet speeds. You can't do this to me. Oh my goodness. I really need to start putting my music on YouTube or something. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the main theme for and promotional music I was going to use for that game called Crimson Crown, which talks about the lore. 1 second. I'm sorry if I'm going to disrupt the vibes. I can link it in chat if you guys want to listen on your own, actually, so I don't have to disrupt it, but because I know there's probably some people chilling here. But if you're curious, that's like vocal stuff that I do, or the one vocal thing I've really done. But alas, I'm game dever. I'm programmer. I do the program. I do the code. Oh, the old school monitor? Thank you, man. Do you play guitar? I do play guitar. I play a couple instruments, actually. And in fact, the stream at the very top, because usually when I start streaming, there's no one there. I did a little recording today too, because there's a song. There's a Frutiger Arrows. There's a song I heard in like a Frutiger Arrow commercial video on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is nice, and I learned it today. That's like a little Easter egg, because I don't think many people check that out. So it's a little treat for those who do. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a treat. Maybe it's something bad. Maybe they hear that and it ruins their day. Do both, singing and game development. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, games take a lot of time. I mean, I sing like on my spare time and stuff, but like in a music or professional capacity, I'm not really doing that too much. I don't know. I guess it's not something I really. I don't know. I guess I'm very much driven by like a specific need or function. I'm very utilitarian, so like I made that song just because I knew exactly what I want to make for that game and the story I wanted to tell for it, so that kind of thing just emerges as a need as opposed to like something I see out or sought out. And then we're gonna have this, elevate it. Yeah, one second, guys. Let me go check to see what's happening upstairs. I'll be real quick. 1 second. It takes a lot of time too. You mentioned that you used to compose music. Yeah, I still compose music. All the music for this game I'm composing, so it's just been a while since I've sat down and done composition, like in a very serious capacity. I've been looking at tools and stuff like that, and And there's some ideas I have in mind, but right now things are just in a state of marmalation, if you will. But it's I will come back. I'm gonna return to doing this stuff. I love music production and composition and everything related to that. So yeah, it's inevitable. I will return. But right now I really want to. I think I struggle with is I feel like I start a lot of projects, but I never really finish projects, and it can be kind of a I guess not demoralizing, because I usually switch projects and I'm excited and it's a good thing, but I'm getting older. I mean, I'm not old or anything. I'm not even middle age yet. I'm still not at 30 yet. But I do find that as time goes on, there's more responsibilities, and the time I have allotted for working on these projects and doing this stuff may not be always as free to do the things I want to do, like this. But I want to have something that's there that people can enjoy, play, and actually execute a vision to completion. So yeah. This game was meant to be very quick, like a 2-week game, but here we are a year later. Just because I could have made it within 2 weeks. I could have, but I decided to keep pushing things and do more complex stuff and do things out of a sense of pride, I guess. I didn't have to write a custom lighting model, but I feel like there's something unique about it, something that feels very distinct and gives personality, and maybe people may not consciously notice that work happened, but I like to think unconsciously they'll see that effort and appreciate it, and further add to the feeling that this is a different place you're operating, not just a game from one of the big game engines. Let me catch up. My bad, guys. 1 second. Hey, bro. What's up? What's up, Kilta or Sita? Did you complete your game from last time? Which game? Are you talking about the game I played? Are you talking about making a game? I haven't completed the World of Coup. That game I have not completed. I still want to. Heck, maybe I'll play it today, honestly. If you guys permit, I'll be fine with. Before I play the game, I would want to. Once I wrap up here, and if that's a thing people would be down for. Actually, I'm not sure how we'll play on a CRT monitor. That'd be a whole thing. Alright, let's see how this feels. I think I need to implement cast lighting for point lights. Okay. There's some Z fighting there. It's okay, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Can't win them all. The level on this stuff has to change a little bit, but the idea is kind of there. Is Unreal a bad engine to start with? Not a bad engine. Yeah, if you're gonna learn, people have careers working with Unreal, so I don't think it's a bad engine. I don't use it just for personal reason. Maybe technical reasons would be a good description of it. Engines have pros and cons. Different projects have different requirements. So my requirements don't quite work well for Unreal. But people have done a lot of cool things with it. And if you're learning, then any experience is good experience. That's what I want to say. Any experience is good experience, especially if you're learning and you don't have that much knowledge about this stuff. There's gonna be some ideas that translate over from Unreal, and there's gonna be some ideas that don't, and that's okay. But at least it builds that that model in your brain. Like the way I kind of think about it is that like you're building something called a schema, like this mental structure or model for how something may or may not work, and these engines have like different schemas, but they're very kind of similar. So like the easiest idea is like, hey, if you learn how to drive an automatic car, well, you know, learning how to drive a truck is not gonna be as crazy because you already did that, right? Versus someone who's just starting from scratch. And if you learn how to drive a car, then you can figure out how to drive a motorcycle. There's things that are different, but there's definitely overlaps. Like, hey, there's a thing to accelerate and a thing to brake and decelerate. So like, yeah, learning one or the other will help you will help that cognitive load of adopting a new engine or skill when the time comes, or if the time comes. It needs to be not as shallow, like this, I think. Make a game myself someday, maybe to control you. Oh my goodness, Anuska. Terrifying. I don't understand any of these game terms. The simplest thing is a game engine is just a tool. You can think about it. It's just a tool to make games. That's all you gotta know. That's all you gotta need to know. That's all there is. And people are highly opinionated about them. Some people are like, nah, man, DeWalt are the best drill to use, and then other people are like, no, Milwaukee's are the best. Though I guess that's not quite the same, because they both kind of, they still, those tools do the same thing, whereas engines can do the same thing but vastly different. Yeah, it's okay though. How are we looking here? I should probably be on that side where there's better lighting. Come on, brother. Come on, work with me. Okay, there we go. Let's play around with the fog a little bit, because I'm not liking the fog. I want to try and make this feel more like nighttime. So, where's the light source? I'm trying to find the light source. Here we go. Fog. Yeah, I'm thinking like nighttime would be something like this. Maybe a little purplish. And then maybe a little bit further. I don't know. Let's see how that looks. This is pre-recorded? No, sorry. This is pre-recorded. Leave. No, I'm here. I'm live. It's not pre-recorded. I just get kind of sucked in and sucked into my stuff. Also, my CD player is like low. Have you tried making horror games? Not really. I'm not too interested in making horror games that much. I don't know. I like there's some games I know I know there's some games that are horror games that people find cozy. But come on, press play. Come on. Yeah, but I'm more focused on just mechanical games. Games that are more focused on just gameplay elements. I guess focus on how to describe this. There's a whole also what is this? There's a whole way of dividing like the different parts of a game called MAD. And it stands for mechanics, dynamics, or dynamic MAD. Mechanics, aesthetics, and dynamics. So horror games are like oftentimes, not always, but they're oftentimes tied to very heavy, like tied super to narrative and pacing and all this kind of stuff. I like games that are much more just, hey, here's a mechanic, and like dashing and get good at it. Learn to get good at this. I'm not sure how I feel about this blue, but maybe is because it's clashing with the elements here. But it does feel kind of nightimey. Yeah, I'm liking this though. This is starting to feel like how Puerto Rico was for me. Kind of, at least this environment. And there's gonna be like things that jut out here at different levels, and there's gonna be a tree. Just like what if I just make a huge tree out of cubes? Okay, but I think this works pretty. Let's play around with the fog a little bit, because I'm not quite satisfied. I don't like that blue. Might want to use a different math model for this too. He just responded to my question, bro. Have you tried to make cozy? Okay, cozy in the sense that you sleep next to ghosts or something. I didn't know cozy horror games exist. I mean, there's like this video someone made. I first press play. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna bring back the video game mix. 1 second, guys. 1 second. We're gonna bring back the video game mix I have here. 1 second. Maybe it might be bad because it might wake you guys up. I think it's still reasonably relaxing video game music. It's definitely not like my other upbeat mix. Come on. What do you got for me? There we go. That's pretty relaxing. Is that Roblox? Nah. This good old-fashioned Unity engine. Okay, I gotta work with this, I think. I think this is a fine color. For now, let me copy this, paste the color back in. We're gonna save the level so I don't lose any progress, because that would be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible and soul-sucking. And let's start figuring out where some of these elements are gonna go. So if we go back to our little graph or sketch here, and this image that I was referencing for this, there's like these little areas where it juts down. Yeah, it's like even. Yeah, it's gonna be cool to have NPCs here. Like maybe this area starts off empty and barren, but as you clear levels, more NPCs spawn here from those levels that you can talk to. I think that'd be nice. How old are you? Almost 30. United States Marine Corps. Are you trying to recruit me, man? I'll have you know I have asthma. I got a little bit of asthma on me. So. Alright. Yeah, I saw this video about someone talking about how horror games can be kind of cozy. Which was I didn't actually watch it. I just saw the thumbnail and the description. So I'm assuming people find that to be true, and that's kind of interesting in its own right. Not my thing though. I'm not super into horror game. I think I used to watch the Let's Players play horror games. So I watched like Markiplier play through The Crooked Man and stuff. And that's kind of cozy to me in a weird way, where it's just kind of partially just colored by nostalgia. but it's a very different thing compared to, like, we're cozy cabin games. We want to make cozy games, and I'm not sure if that's the what I want to do. I'm not sure that's going to fit the bill for me. And ideally, I want my nieces to be able to play these games too. While doing these things, love the archery. Thank you, Codename Zero. Could be cozy, but I like games like Pacify, Five Nights at Freddy's, and stuff like that. And I love Markiplier too. Yeah, see, I haven't watched him in a while. My motivation, I don't know, man. I enjoy the process. I think seeing the final product come together, the vision come alive, is very, very motivating for me. But it's much more like a motivation of, like, I have this image in my brain of what this could be, and I just want people to see it already. You know, like, it's motivation kind of in that way. I just want people to see what I have in mind. And more than that, like, I just want people to feel a certain way, and chiefly, you know, cozy. So I'm trying to make something here that hopefully fits that bill. But I don't know, there's also the fact that I just find the craft enjoyable. Like, I like programming. Like, if I didn't enjoy programming and doing all this stuff, like, I wouldn't work. Like, I worked an 8-hour shift just programming today. Or not shift, but, you know. Like, before I did any of this stuff today, or every time I stream, actually, it's usually I work that day. You did like 8 to maybe 9 or 10 hours of coding for work. Then we come here and I'm like, all right, you know what I want to do? Let's do some more coding. Let's do some more coding. You know, some people that'd be like torture. That'd be terrible. I enjoy it. But hey, man, everyone's built different with different motivations. There's a reason God made everyone different, man. If everyone was the same, it'd be a terrible way to live. That's why He made us all different, unique and special in our own different rights. And heck, like, I hope there's people who are not like me out there, because if everyone was like me, then everyone would be spending time working on their own games and not playing any games. And who would buy our games then? Who would enjoy the things or the fruits of our labor? So I need to work on that. I need to play more games. I'm really bad with that. It's like a chef who doesn't eat food. Like, would you trust the food that chef makes? No. I would not. I would not trust that chef. Alright, we're gonna do this. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me just finish up with this. I'm blocking out what the tree's leaves and overhang would look like potentially, so we can get a feel for how this environment, how this level is going to look like, and where these lamps are going to live. We have these lamps here, stationed at different points. Okay, let me catch up with chat, guys. My bad. He's a patient like a painter. Honestly, you're developing the game like a surgeon. Seems like I'm watching surgery slow and steady. Thank you, I appreciate it, man. Keep in mind, this is not my specialty. Level designing is not my thing. I enjoy it though. Actually, it's not my thing because I spend so much time coding like the foundational things we need, like the lighting here, for example. And only now are we at a point where I can actually just say, hey, let's actually start, you know, making game content. Game content's kind of important, isn't it, right? You guys want to have levels when you play a game. You don't want to just a tech demo, right? Why does everyone ask my age? I'm curious because like I've been, there's like one stream where I got sussed out because like 3 people back to back immediately were like asking about it. I was like, are you guys trying to steal my information? Like what's going on here? Like do you start with the age and then you get to go to the social security number? Like I'll say I'm almost 30. I'm getting close to 30. We're knocking on 30's door. We're not there yet, but we're knocking on it. I'm a game developer too. Good to see you, Codename. Good to see a fellow. Well, you've been here for a minute, but good to see a fellow developer. I'm old and I'm 23, and I know I am such a grandma with technology, but that's not important. Hey, it's okay, man. I've grown up using technology and all this stuff, and I still have like boomer moments. It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone. I'm a program. Like I program applications and all these different things and do VR stuff, and I still have boomer moments, which is the most simple of UI sometimes, where I need someone to help me out. Okay. So here's where the lamppost would be. Nice. I kind of like this. I don't like how this is at an angle, but we'll fix that later. We'll fix that later. This is starting to feel like something though. It feels like mushrooms right now just because we're using debug textures, but we'll get there. We'll get there little by little. Yeah, these lamps should be straight. They should be completely orthogonal. And this is where the tree's gonna be and everything. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, look at all. Okay, so let's select all these bad boys. And make their angle rotation 0. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's add a empty. I'm gonna add a light source here so we can have like see how the lighting's gonna look like when we have the lamps actually modeled in and put in there. The cozy light, because we're not using Unity, so we're using our own. We're using the cozy light system because we like it cozy. Everything is cozy. Everything I do is for the sake of coziness. In some odd way, my life work has just been focused on making things cozy. That is what I do, or at least attempt to do. We'll see how well I manage to accomplish that. Maybe not as. And this is using, oh, these guys are using vertex shading, I believe. They're not using the per pixel lighting model. Here we go, and now we're gonna see actual light sources here. Nice. Okay, cool. Let me catch up in chat. Can you program mine? Just curious. Asking age is not weird, please, because I literally had a whole week breakup chat with a kid and I felt so weird. Yeah, that's important. It's important. Yeah, no, I'm an adult. I guess, are you playing mind games with chat more than actual game development? I'm not trying to. It just happens, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I get caught up, guys. I'm sorry. I get caught up. This is F in chat. My bad, guys. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. But yeah, whatchamacallit. We have our light sources. Splendidly umptious. We have light sources. I'm not liking how this is behaving, but I want it to feel more diffuse. Yeah, I don't like how, I want it to be a more sharp point. I don't think alpha affects anything. Does alpha affect anything? Yeah. Okay. Intensity 3. I guess it's fine. And then I'm gonna just, honestly, I'm just gonna what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete these guys. Delete. Goodbye. Goodbye. Man, I love Portal's characters, like the little robots. The way they say things is so adorable. Goodbye. I don't know. It's amazing how Valve made these characters so freaking endearing. Okay. I'm gonna see how I feel about these. And if not, we're gonna see how good or bad this is. It's either fantastic or it's the worst thing ever. There's no in-betweens. We're either a genius or a mouth breather. There's no in-betweens. Let's zoom in a little bit. I want to see closer to the player. No? Someone joined the Discord? Let's check. I think so. Welcome, Foxite. Glad to have you. I'm actually using streamer mode so I don't say people's names. Either way, I appreciate it. Make yourself comfortable and hope you have a good time. Okay. I'm feeling iffy with this lighting. These benches would be pretty appropriate, I think. Now I want to add some more fantastical elements to this, and we have to have like a thing to, because I want to have doorways to these different areas, different levels that people can play in, and then have like a central area where you can go here. If you don't want to find the levels, you can just go to this like book maybe, and then select a level from there. Dust Force does that kind of thing. I think it works pretty well for them. And of course I want to allow people to be able to jump. So maybe have like something where people can jump up and like grab onto that. I'm not sure how I feel about this jump cancel. Because we have the attack that kind of does that effect as well. You can just jump and then cancel your jump with the swing. You don't have to, like, there's no consequence for not using that. Unity, by the way, it's a sprite. It is a sprite. It's a sprite. Oh. Yeah, Unity. By the way, guys, I use Unity. I think that's a flex. Especially with everything that happened with Unity. I think most people will say like, oh, I'm working with Unity, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. Pretty sick. Thank you. Is that Toad? Uden Pie? What's Uden Pie? What is this? It's a game. Right now I'm whiteboxing a level out. Just figuring out what I want to use. How do I want this level to look and feel? What are we going to do with lighting? I kind of like the super zoomed in look, because normally the resolution you play like at this resolution, so you have like a bigger view of the world. Maybe actually have a thing where you can scroll in to see closer to the player. Get light volumes working? No, not yet, Jay. We're gonna do it eventually. I know I know the math for what I need to do. Okay, like I know how the view matrix projection I'm gonna do, and how we're gonna get the light source, and then we're gonna be able to march out from there. Like I know what to do. I just haven't done it because I'm working. I'm like, that's the nice to have category. And I think it's time I start actually making like the hub world and some actual mechanics. Also testing out like the jump, because right now we have this thing where you can hold the jump and you go high, and you can cancel your jump midway. Like if you see, if I let go midway, it cancels your momentum. I'm not sure how people are gonna feel about that. I'm not sure like is there any cases where you want to have that, like in fighting games, like Smash or something, or maybe Mighty Gunvolt Burst is a place to do that, but I'm not sure how I feel about that in this game. We're gonna have to play test it and see what people feel like in the Discord. And I'm just inspecting this area to see like, does this feel how I want it to feel? Is it doing what I wanted it to do? Kind of, also not. There's some good stuff here. Like I know where I'm gonna place like the level select stuff. And then I like the idea now of NPCs, as you cleared levels, NPCs appearing here. So maybe you have like doors like here to different areas, like a sewage or something, and then maybe a garden area over here. Ooh, maybe a garden area over here, like a level where you just go to the gardens and that's what you do. Yeah, because there's like extra pictures from Puerto Rico, that from San Juan, that's really, really lovely. And then if we have more levels and doors, then we can have the book here where you can go to the book and then find additional levels there. But I like the idea of having doors all over the level. Like every single door in this hub world, you can actually go into. They're going to be a stage. Like I think that would be really cool. Or at the very least, have them be like a thing, you know, like have them be an environment you go into and interact with, kind of like Fez or Zelda or whatever. 80s, yeah, man. I make my own funk. Please congratulate me. One time listen. For music, you can send it to me in the Discord. Head out, but cool game. Thank you, man. Hope you have a good one, Raw Ring. How's the third person view working? It's pretty simple. This sprite is just a quad, and whenever the camera moves around, we move the quad towards it. Yeah, there's like a whole camera controller thing I have here. Player, camera, controller, but it's pretty simple. Like you can find this stuff if you Google. There's a whole like hierarchy thing. Like you have a game object that's like the root, that's gonna be the pivot game object, and then everything follows from there and all that, and you have an offset. Actually, there's more to that too, because like, there's a spring arm thing I implemented, so you might notice how if the camera collides with the wall, it gets closer to you. So we do like a little raycast test for that kind of thing, so that we make sure you're not clipping through the environment, and instead it just gets closer to you. The basic dashing movement seems pretty fun. Yeah, if there's one thing I feel like I like a lot about the game is the dash movement. And I'm not gonna pull a Mega Man X1. I think we're gonna do the Mega Man X2, where you just start off with it, or you get the dash right at the beginning so that you have access to this nice movement, and the rest of the game is just how good can you use these basic tools. Like I like the Meat Boy's way of thinking of. Well, Meat Boy's nice, right? Because you just have the basic mechanics, and you just have to get good and use those basic things and master them. That's cool. The thing I like about Mighty Gunvolt Burst is that you can actually do the opposite too. Like, sure, you can add abilities and make you stronger so you can destroy levels, but it destroys your scoring. But if you can add handicaps onto yourself. So not only like is there a thing for just playing the game good at a base level, you can add extra handicaps to yourself, so it forces you to play in a specific way. And it's like a different level of mastery and muscle memory and everything, and I think it's super cool, and it's a cool demonstration of like, hey, I don't have to, but I can. But I don't know, I'm thinking about it, because I kind of want to have this game encourage people to be fast and not slow and diligent. Because now that I think about it, like Mighty Gunvolt Burst's whole structure is very similar to Mega Man's presentation of like a 2D platformer. And those games are very much oriented around stopping and popping. Like stopping into a room and then dealing with the stuff in that room. And you can go fast, but like there's things that emerge. What is going on here? There's no rotation. So this is gonna be like a sidewalk. I think we're gonna do a rotation of 9 again, or 5. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. That's why we're gonna do some playtesting and see how people feel. I'm gonna at least keep the level proficiency thing and like scoring, because I think that's not crazy and not really like weird as far as the design goes, and it's a fair enough like reward structure for getting people intrinsically motivated to keep playing the game to get a higher ranking or score or whatever. That thing though, I'm thinking about it. How pure do I want the gameplay to be, mechanically speaking, or simple, or how verbose I want to make it. That's where the early jump stop usually shines brightest. Yeah, it's a precision. Basic dashing and movement looks pretty fun. Yeah, withholding the fun isn't a great idea early game, but having a first level challenge which unlocks it can be cool. Yeah, like something that also serves a purpose of saying, hey, this game has like unlocks, and here's what they look like. Now keep your eyes out for them. We're gonna give you the best unlock ever, which is just this dash ability, but now the rest you're gonna have to look for on your own. I think there's something cool about that. I think there's something pretty cool about that. Okay, why did the shader get broken? It's not broken. I'm just bad. That's what's happening here. The shader's not broken. I'm just bad. Well, let's look if my changes worked. This feels kind of claustrophobic. I kind of want to push this wall back further. Yeah, these two things, I kind of want to push them further back. Like, proportionately, it seems right in real life, but mechanically, it feels cramped because of, the player being able to move way faster than any human person can move in real life. So it's one of those things. I know this is supposed to be a white boxing thing, but I honestly feel like I'm just going to end up making the final, like I'm just going to use these same cubes and just add a different texture to them and call them a day. Maybe model some specific bespoke things that kind of need to be nice, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to get rid of this point light though, and let's play with the ambient lighting as well. Where is the lighting config? And instead of just black, we're going to use kind of a warmer, not blue, purplish kind of color, so the shadows don't feel that dark, but instead feel like those objects. Yeah, they have collision on them. Played Phantom Abyss. I stumbled across it last year, and it's pretty interesting take on movement platformer. No, I haven't, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add that to my list in the Discord. I'm gonna look at Phantom Abyss. Gonna look at it, give it a play. Thank you, Jay. Because I think inspiration is also gonna be inspiration. You need some experience. Like seeing what's been done in the space would be important. Because if you want to do something different, how are you gonna do something different if you haven't looked at what people have already done? Am I right? Yeah, I might add another point light just to add some ambient lighting to this environment, because there's some places where that needed. But this is kind of cool though. This is actually pretty cool. I'm quite digging this lighting actually. Add some lamps with actual textures and stuff, and this will be a banger environment to be in. Yeah, we need to add some lighting information here though. We can't just make this all darkness. Or maybe we let it be all darkness until, and then as you beat certain levels or get certain levels of completion on them, we start illuminating stuff and add that to the people who return. I think that'd be fair enough. If you didn't complete this level, go complete the level. Okay, I'm liking this. I think this is kind of validating the design for me. The Samurai? Is that The Samurai? Let's go. Good to see you here again, man. Looks cool. Thank you, Samurai. Is there something specific you're trying to achieve tonight? No, I'm whiteboxing this hub world. I was implementing some stuff, but right now I'm just trying to... I'm just adding this hub world back in. Yeah. I think for me right now, I just need to have some like direction in terms of content, in terms of like what am I aiming for? Because I think we've been super focused on a lot of technical things, and they were necessary technical things, I believe. However, I think I needed to start making some content and start getting perspective about, okay, what's the goal here? Where are we going towards with this? It's one thing to have a theory in your mind of how this is going to look like and how we're going to work with it. It's another thing to actually take a step and to actualize it and start making it come to fruition. So, yeah, I think that was the goal for today, is to actually start taking those concrete steps to making this reality happen. I need to play around with all these light sources, because like these are all kind of cool, but not my tempo. Not my tempo. So we're gonna be smashing around with this a little bit. Yeah, I still have some technical things though to do. I'll need to do cast shadows for point lights. I think I need to do that. If I want to have a game that looks cool, like a part of this implementation was that I want to have shadows that you can interact with and subtract from without having to do the cost of rendering it every single frame, which is why I wanted to do like the whole that whole thing. But right now we were breaking it up because I was using collision to determine the depth map of computing that. So we're just going to use a normal depth map for the camera and just cache that in some way in editor, and then load that and use that, and then not only use that for directional light, but use that for the point lights, and we have to implement that whole thing. Oh, thank you, Samurai, for answering. For rough drafting, maybe you can add 1 or 2 portals into the hub world and lead to different levels. Yeah, so the first playtest I want to do, not this weekend, but probably next weekend, I'm going to have the hub world. We're going to have like maybe 1 or 2. I was thinking to maybe even just start with 1 level and just see how people feel about playing that 1 level and trying to up their proficiency with it. Maybe that plus like the tutorial level, maybe. Speaking of tutorial levels, this is a tutorial level from Dust Force, this music. Have a good weekend. Thank you, man. Thank you, Shiitake. But yeah, that's what I'm planning to do, is have like a playtest just to validate this ranking system and some of these basic game loop, and then we'll go from there before building out more extensive assets. Like, I'm not gonna do any 3D modeling on this until we get some validation and playtesting. I think that'd be the responsible thing to do. Quote unquote. Because, you know, me being responsible, what? I would never. What do you make these all overlap? How much of a mess is that going to be? We're going to find out how good my implementation for all this crap was. Oh no. No, 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 no. They're all still 85. I forgot the way I wrote this is stupid. I forgot. I did bad things. I did bad things in NAM. And the way I implement this, so now we have to, let's just see how this feels. Yo, you've come up on my page a couple times, and I've always been intrigued at how you know so much about a lot of game dev things. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Just experience? Yeah, honestly, just experience, time. Being surrounded by people who know more than you is very helpful. It's gonna be very beneficial. I went to a lot of, and then also like I've been in a lot of kind of pressure situations that kind of force competency in some way or another. Like for music, I got a job at Guitar Center, and that's weird, right? Because it's a Guitar Center is a retail store. You compose music, that's like a different thing, right? Like it's not like you're composing stuff from Guitar Center, right? But I had to learn about pro audio production equipments for a bunch of different things, live, studio stuff, settings, like about mics, interfaces, all that kind of stuff, and equipment. And you know, I had to just do a lot of research in my spare time, because like there you kind of, at least when I worked there, you worked both for pay but also for commission. So like there's an incentive for you to actually be knowledgeable and help people and develop a relationship with them so they come back and buy with you, right? So like, okay, that's an environment where I have to actually learn about equipment and stuff. That's equipment, but like that's also helpful for production. You start learning about ideas of mixing and the pipeline and all that kind of stuff. And then like competitions. I've gone to music production competitions and for Newgrounds and stuff like that. And there's nothing like a timeline and a time limit and, you know, your own personal expectation to push you to do something good. Or with game deving, I went to a bunch of game jams, which are like periods of 48 hours where you make a game with people you don't know, maybe. Or usually people you don't know. But if you go enough time, you'll start seeing the same faces. And that's a great time pressure cooker situation for you to just learn. If you know nothing, well, gotta have something, because that Sunday you're gonna be presenting in front of a room of people. So time to learn. Yeah, I got better at art doing that and programming, a little bit of just getting familiar with tools. And then, you know, art, same kind of deal. And also like just doing commission contracting for pixel art. Okay, it's like a season of my life where I'm just gonna learn to get good at pixel art and do foundations and stuff like that. So yeah, situations of pressure can very help. I think also making sure you iterate very quickly. For me, I don't really, for music or art, I iterate very frequently. And if I don't feel interested in it, I stop on it. And I feel like it's important because there's like this curve that happens where you have you maybe you've heard of it already because I've done it a couple times on stream. But just in case you haven't, you can imagine there's these axes. One is quality, one axis is quality, the other one is time. And every time you start a project, there's an upper limit to how good it can be because it's limited by your current knowledge at that time. So like you can start working on it and maybe you'll get to that limit, but then the more time you spend on it, you're just going to be rubbing against that asymptote, because to get better than that, you'd have to start from scratch and scrap the project. So there's some people who commit to a project super long term, and because of that, and they don't do like a rewrite or anything, they kind of hit that line and they just don't really progress much more beyond that. That's like what I've observed. But like a magical thing happens when you start a new project. Maybe you start a project and it's at this limit, but when you start another one, it's going to be slightly, or maybe even largely higher than that one for the ceiling of quality you can reach with that. And the more you start a project, learn some stuff from it, and then start a new thing, the more opportunities there are for you to grow and to surpass where you've been previously. So same thing with art. Iterate a bunch of sketches or different pieces or whatever. Same thing with music. Do a bunch of pieces and reset that ceiling. And then with games and programming, do a lot of projects. You're going to keep learning something new and resetting that ceiling and have bigger room to grow. And then the final thing is just being surrounded by people who know more than you, because you don't know what you don't know. And the main way for me to get better is just by having people who will show and shine and show you the things that you don't know, so that now you can go, okay, I don't know that thing. Now that I'm aware of it, I can actually sit down and learn what that thing is. So those are the three foundational things I can say about getting better at a wide variety of things. Hopefully that helps. Why it's not responsible to spend a lot of time on a high detail artwork that might not even be useful or relevant for the final product. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a thing called marginal benefit, or marginal cost and marginal benefit, or diminishing returns. I started in the early days, all experience for me. Yeah. I guess the other thing I'd say is be a high schooler and don't do your homework to just work on things. Because I feel like a lot of this stuff is a function of time. Like time is always a function here. And I was lucky enough that all the time I did in high school wasn't socializing, wasn't hanging out with people, or doing homework. It was instead just working on some Game Maker project or some music or whatever. So that also gives you a little head start. But yeah, it's a function of time. So you got to spend time in the lab. Even if you don't have a head start, like all this stuff is a function of time. Oh, time, quality time. Like you can do a project and like do a bunch of stuff on it, but if you don't observe, if you don't like learn anything from that, then your ceiling probably won't rise much or at all. So there should be some quality there, but I think if you're doing something for the joy of it, and I feel like most people are going to have gained some observations from what they did and ask themselves, did I like what I did? And if I didn't, why not? And what didn't I do? Lucky. Yep. I was also lucky to have a mom who was fine with me being in my room a bunch and not super like judgy about me being a recluse. What am I doing here? Alright, I'm still doing some level design stuff here. Okay, so we have this general plaza kind of structured out. I think I want to add some verticality because maybe we want to have some extra levels up there or something. Maybe has something that uses the ledge grab to get you boosted up. So we're going to be departing a little bit from this Puerto Rican architecture to achieve the things we wish to achieve, which is fine. We can take liberties. I don't want this to be a recreation of San Juan. I want this to be inspired by how real San Juan feels, but still feel like a fictional area, if that makes sense. Thank you, Joe Ultra. MC set tour, please. I mean, it's not much to say. I just got my Magnavox CRT TV. I got my Ergodox keyboard. I got my CD player that's currently playing the music. It's broadcasting it through FM to this Panasonic. It's also good to see you, Anuska. Broadcasting to this FM wave to this radio, and then this radio is blasting to the speakers here, and then we're recording it. And I don't know, man. There's a lot of equipment here. There's a lot of equipment, man. Are you making a Roblox game? Nah, not making a Unity game. Making a good old-fashioned Unity game. I should add some light flickering for these lamps. That sounds like a good idea. But also, this is a pain that I can't just modify the data directly. I'm such a fool, dude. I implemented things in a very nicely data-oriented way just to forget that like serialization in Unity doesn't behave the way you'd oftentimes want it to. How sad. Very tragic. Okay. Where they call aliens. I'm sorry, what? Is that a vintage computer? You are my bad. Oh, that's old, you are. Dang, you call me old? I mean, the peripherals are old, but the actual machine, like, we got it's not a slouch. It's not a slouch. Like, we got like a 5016 here. It ain't so bad. A 5016 ain't so bad. I wish HTOP actually showed the name of the GPU or the CPU. I don't think it does. Or at least I don't know how to access that. Setup, search, filter, tree, sort by, slice. Wait, there's a bunch of options I haven't even looked at there. Well, what is this? Tree for F5 tree? No, I was looking for something visual. That's not as visual. Okay, we have the help options here. Incremental search for PID, no. Set CPU affinity, no, none of this. Oh, I can kill tasks through here too. That's pretty cool. Low normal kernel. Oh, red is showing kernel usage? Oh, okay. Like, how do you plan features and apply them? It seems and feels really hard to do. It is hard. I struggle with this, dude. BTOP does GPU stuff. Oh, interesting. Do you know how to hack? Because every time I look at coders, I feel like they can. Honestly, I'm not even great. I'm not a hacker. I'm not a hacker. That's a whole different art. I wish. Do I wish? I don't think so. I don't think I wish. I feel like the life you live as a hacker, like not even like in corporate, like white hat hacking, which by the way, there's this thing called white hat versus black hat hacking, where you hack for the good of people as a white hat hacker, and if you're a black hat hacker, you're doing illegal and nefarious things, probably, and or at least breaking the law. Yeah, I don't know. I like writing code. I don't like searching for the vulnerabilities and how to break people's software. That's not quite fun for me. Or reverse engineering. I mean, that's a separate thing, but it's kind of related too. That's a whole thing. I wish I knew how to hack. All I know is how to go into Vim and how to exit Vim. That's all I know. If they can edit the code. I'm just asking if I just learn to code and using AI, and if I don't use AI, I won't be left behind the people who use AI. No, honestly, I think it's the opposite. I think if you don't use AI and do things the hard way, you're going to become much more well-rounded, more robust, and I think it's going to be helpful for you. I think you're going to get a periphery of knowledge that you wouldn't have gotten anyways, and I think a lot of people who rely on AI are going to have some learned helplessness. I think if you are going to use AI, the way to go about it would be using sources. So you're not using AI, you're asking it to get sources for you, like links and whatnot, and then going to there and then reading the source from the horse's mouth, you know? I think that's, if you're going to use AI, that'll be like the helpful way to go about it. Yeah, you better not hack art. No, sorry, I'm gonna go all Nokia for that. No, not Nokia. Hacking is scary, but if I want to stalk some people, then I'm probably a bit. Yeah, it's kind of necessary if you're gonna. Well, you can stalk people without even hacking. Or there's like social engineering or social hacking, which is, they call it hacking, and it's kind of accomplishing the same goal, but kind of not. Dokkan Battle DBZ game? No, probably not. Just because I want. You got into coding just because I wanted to? Yeah, same here, dude. Same here. Actually, I kind of got into coding because I wanted to make a game. And then that's been kind of the story. And then I got a job, and then I actually started learning to like code. But that's a different thing. That's a different thing. We need to figure out what's going to be going on here. Like, I think this has to be a bit more of an open plaza. Like, I kind of want to have a fountain here instead of some other stuff. I also kind of want this to be more... I want to utilize more of this space appropriately. Actually, that is pretty close to the edge. I need to bring these guys closer to the edge of glory. Let me bring you guys over here. And then we can have like a pathway down this way. And have a little plaza area here. I want to add some extra verticality to this level. Alright, let me make some new textures, because this is like red on red on red, and I'm just getting confused now. I'm just getting all sorts of confused and scared and petrified. So we're just gonna change this a little bit, if you don't mind. I think we're gonna go for a little blue, nice little casual blue. Noted. You can also use AI as a sounding board for ideas, but it will most likely always be wrong, even if it's convincing. I think I'm swallowing the wrong way, Melon, because cozy. I'm sorry, why are you using C? Yeah, it's cozy. Melon, how are you swallowing the wrong way? Like, are you choking? Can you breathe? You're scaring me. I'm concerned for you. Ooh, that's a nice blue. I like that blue. Yeah, that's very nice. Now we're gonna save this as texture 3, number 3. Oh, that sounded weird. I was trying to do the owl, the way the or the owl from the. What owl am I thinking of actually? There's an owl somewhere, some way in media, who pronounces things in a funny way. Let's try to do that. But I think it made me sound like I was swallowing the wrong way. Also, don't you love how additive color works? This is a blue, but because it's yellow, it kind of produces green. Hey guys, some basic color theory. What kind of lights do you think they use? I'm upside down, aren't I? Yeah. Do you think they're using daylight lamps? Or are they using something else? Are you using fire, maybe? Oh, I guess if they're using lamps with fire, we should add flickering to this to add some more variability. You like old class window stalking, following people and probably joining their homes type of. Yeah. Well, there's like the LinkedIn job hire. I think, what was it? There's like a little. Someone was talking about trying to get a job at a company, and I was like, hey, I know what you gotta do. You're doing things wrong, dude. You're trying to just send your application to them. What you need to do is go on LinkedIn and then find the people who work in HR for that company. And then what you're going to do is find out their hobbies. And then you're going to go to a chess night on Tuesdays where Carol goes to regularly. And you're going to go there and you're going to go the first or 2 sessions just by, you're not talking or looking for her specifically. And then one of these sessions you bump into her and you're like, oh, who are you? And I'm like, I'm this guy. Nice to meet you. You talk about chess and hobbies, and you look at her other hobbies, and then what you do from there is that after a couple times, you start developing a friendship with her. You create the shop story about, oh my goodness, I can't believe I lost my game development job or my programming job, and then she's gonna go, oh my god, you're a programmer? I work for a company who's hiring programmers. Let me just get you in through the back door, and then that's how you do the whole rigmarole to get into the company. Option 1, just send a resume. Option 2, you just spend a couple months cultivating this fake relationship to get that job. Which was easier, A or B? I think B is the easiest option every single time, man. How late is the text appearing on for YouTube audience? I'm sorry, Melon. But eyes fatigues. I don't know. It's possible to hack a server-side games. Server-side games? It's as weak as its APIs are. So, unless there's a boundary, there's so many things you can do from the client side. But if you know the APIs for the server, you can try doing stuff with it to try to infiltrate and do some weird and get access that way, or force certain things to happen. But if the API is solid between the server, whatever REST API they're running, or REST whatever, then you might have to do actual physical infiltration. No, I have not done this before. I'm just saying, if I were to do that, that's how I would maybe do that, if I want to take everything in control and be the person who makes things happen and be the person who knocks. But I'm not the person who knocks. I leave everything in God's hands, and we just roll. We just ball. I just take whatever He provides. Okay, that's how I live life. But it's like that OJ thing. It's if I did it. That's how I do it. But I didn't do it. What? Did I do something? What happened, Bingo? Wrong stream, said hi. That's smart. Honestly, I want to be AI. Why would you want to be AI? You have all these strangers knocking on your door, asking you to do things. Some say thanks, other people don't. People are scared of you. Okay, you know what? I think that line alone would get a lot of people to want to be AI. I can see that. What am I thinking of here? Because I want to do a little wall thing here, but it shouldn't be that big. A little back wall maybe, and maybe I have some fauna there or something. Yeah, maybe 1 meter. It's so cool how just a 5-degree angle produces all this possibility here. It's so cool, dude. It's actually so freaking cool. That's smart. What's up, Melon? Humans could be scary, actually. Yeah, they are scary. Like coding, but drawing skills are, yeah. Okay, Melon, for drawing, I would say this, right? If you're gonna draw, there's some things you can do. I think I posted it in my Discord server in the resources a while ago, but in general, here's some things you can do. What do I want to do? I want to recover, I guess. So for art, there's a couple things. You can do things called studies, which are doing art that's meant to learn about a specific thing. So there's gesture studies. You can do those. And this is the stuff I recommend to students I mentor for this kind of thing, or at least, back a while. You do gesture studies. They're going to help you just get a feel for, in fact, we're going to start here. First, value studies. This is where you just use black and white colors, and not only just black and white, you're going to use like maybe 5 shades of black and white, and black, white, and gray. So value studies are going to help you understand how light behaves and interacts with stuff. You're not dealing with colors, you're just dealing with where light hits and how do you make these light groups and how do you shade them. So value studies is done for that. After that, if you're drawing people, because most of my knowledge is about drawing people specifically, there's anatomy studies. This is you looking at the human body. You're gonna make a diagram. You're gonna choose one body part at a time. You're gonna sketch the muscles and you're gonna label each muscle. You're gonna provide the name for it. And if you want to be really cool, you can combine this with a value study. So you do that and then you draw that same body part in different ways and see how light interacts with it. This is gonna get you familiar with the human body. And then you're gonna do gesture studies afterwards. You can draw a human body, but if it's stiff, it's gonna feel like a statue. So gesture studies help you figure out how to draw a body in motion. Gesture studies, you're not gonna be spending too much time on it. I mean, you can spend as much time as you want to, but the key thing is just having an understanding of what is the general form and shape the body takes in motion. I think these are 3 very pivotal and important things. And then once you start getting comfortable with that, if you want to figure out your style, you can do something called a master study. Master studies. I'm gonna start labeling these studies. This is gonna help you get a feel for your art. You're gonna choose a couple artists. You're gonna choose an artist. Make a list of different artists that you like their style of. Then choose one of them, and you're gonna try to recreate. Well, first of all, you're gonna write down what they do, what defines their style, the line, the coloring, the shading, whatever, right? And then you're gonna take one of your own pieces you've done, and you're gonna do it in the style of that master, and you're gonna try to replicate it and make it seem exactly as if they did it. And then after doing that, you're gonna have a better understanding of their art style, and you can choose what elements of that style you want to take. If you like the way they do line work, if you like the way they do anatomy and proportions, if you like the way they do shading, whatever, right? You're gonna have like this bag of different tricks you have, or not tricks, but different skills and approaches, and you can choose the things you like and, either leave the things you don't want to use. So these are kind of the 4 foundational things I would recommend if you want to get better at art. I can post it up in the Discord as well. I'll post it in the resources channel. I think it should be there, but I can repost it if it's not. Yeah, that's very, very, very useful. My decisions in lives. Can I sing? Unity or Godot, ride or die? None. I'd rather use my own engine, but right now I'm just using Unity. Break time. Okay, arm flex. I'm a girl, but I want an arm like that. Like this. That's funny. Oh god, ouchie, I need a poi. What's a poi? What is a poi? Oh, so what time is it right now? It's 12:17. We've been going for a little bit, haven't we? Yeah, 4 hours and 27 minutes. Jeez. I mean, I think we got some stuff done. But this is largely just kind of like me just decorating, which is important. I need to do decorating. Interior decor is important. There's value in doing it. However, there's also a lot of technical things that need to get done. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow, or maybe not. Maybe I'll just take a day to work offline and roll my sleeves and get stuff done. Let's see what's going on here. I want to have some lights here. I'm gonna move this building back a little bit more. I think we gotta have some more space. And I need to figure out more about this environment, because this is like a kind of a hub, right? It just connects stuff, and we're gonna have doors, but I think I kind of want to have more to this world than just this area here. Like, it'd be cool to have things that you can explore and add some verticality to this world, but I need to do some research as far as that's concerned. Let me move this here though, like so. Nice. And I bring this like that. Yeah, this will be the platform where you add like the books and stuff. Or maybe a shop or something. I don't know. Something to let you, like, something's gonna allow the player to select the levels to go to. Yeah, New Sky, that's my project. That's the game I'm working on. Entrepreneur, kind of both. Artist, new auto-tune, singer, that's a great comparison. All right, let me catch up. Hi, sir. What are the prerequisites that develop to develop a 3D or VR games that simulator we can use with Unity 3D and systems with both computer and mobile devices? Okay, there's a lot of words you said there, and there's a question. I want to better understand this question. Prerequisites that develop. So are you asking what are the prerequisites to develop a 3D or VR games with Unity? Like in terms of your system, like what kind of hardware you need to run those things? It's like the new auto-tune singer. Yeah, that's true. That's honestly true. Yeah, both of you guys are right about that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of, yeah. Like auto-tune at least has like there's a style you can get from it, right? There's people who know how to sing and can use auto-tune very effectively. Yeah, I think that's actually a good analogy, because there's like programmers I know who are very skilled, but they still use AI just out of either convenience or curiosity, or just, you know, to better use it. Yes, sir. Honestly, I'm not sure, because I kind of use overkill stuff, but we can do this. We can Google. We can do some Googling. And it depends on what you're doing, right? Even for VR, I don't think it's that intensive. But there's things like, because it really depends on what you're doing. Like I know if you're doing like volumetric things or medical stuff, you need something very intensive for that kind of imaging. But for just Unity, just to do a normal 3D application, I don't think it requires that much. Unity, OpenXR, not OpenXR. I guess VR requirements. For VR development, here we go. Let's see what people say. Also, there's a question too, like, are you making it like for PC or for Android? But for development though, like it doesn't find PC requirements detailed. An Oculus Link. Okay, let's see what they say here. We're gonna go on a little rabbit hole, because I haven't really looked at minimums or tested this at all. Let's see here. Okay, minimum specifications for PC requirements: an i5, AMD Ryzen 5. There's GPU tables, 8 gigabytes of RAM. Not that crazy. Windows 10, 11. Okay, USB. Yeah, that's fine. There's recommended. So this would probably do it, but probably in a lot of cases chug. i7, like, yeah, and then there's like the higher end stuff, quote unquote, 16 gigabyte RAM, which is still kind of small for my case. And what is this table? It's supported, and then different GPUs that are supported by it. It's a Titan X. But is that just in terms of API specification? I guess 6 gigabyte of NVMe. I guess that's NVMe? Or not NVMe, of GPU memory. That's for mobile devices? Oh, then maybe not that crazy. Because if you're compiling to mobile devices, and it's not going to be that intensive. What is going on with the flickering? Why is there... Don't tell me my monitor's dying. You're not dying on me yet, boy. I won't let you. Yeah, she's shaking a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I mean, because, like, if you're compiling to Android or a mobile device, and that's not that... It's not even like you're doing that much load of running the game on your side. But honestly, for me, like, I prefer having like 32 gigabytes of RAM, or at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, but 32 gigs is much more ideal, because like if you're using an IDE like Visual Studio or Writer or something, they can easily become very RAM hungry. The bigger your project is, depending on how humongous you go. But if it's nothing small, then like, yeah, 16 gigabytes is fine. You can do a lot. It'll be very tight, but you can do it. If I get an opportunity, because you don't sing, yeah, I'm sorry. You know, do you think we would get like those chips that would be installed into us and somehow we can be controlled? Like it's freaking like a freaking Netflix episode. Yeah, there's a Neuralink stuff. I'm not sure how that would interrupt with people though. That's like a whole different thing. I really don't know. I need to read some papers or something about how Neuralink operates. Yeah, I'm probably going to do something here. Move this over here. We're going to put the water fountain there. This I actually have 3D models for, so we can actually afford to make this. And we're just going for a full asymmetric thing here at this point. That's just kind of what we're doing here, is asymmetry. And I'm not sure if we're going to fill with the space here. Maybe some more park benches. Maybe it would make sense to have more park benches here. Like that. In which case, like, a water fountain may not make the most sense here. Or maybe like this maybe. Or maybe make this part of this corner here, and we can maybe get rid of this light or tuck it away somewhere else. Like this. Thanks a lot, sir. I'm glad I helped, man. I've experimented with AI for long, and I discovered I have the ability to correct them so many times they gain temporary Alzheimer's and generational trauma and even ability. Well, you know what my favorite thing is when you correct an AI and they say, oh, and then they frame it as if you made a mistake. Like I point out some dumb, like, I don't know, some dumb fundamental logical thing in their algorithm, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry you misunderstood, and then they correct themselves, but they never say that they're wrong or made a mistake. They say that it's your fault, that you just didn't understand them correctly, that you just failed, okay? It's not their fault, it's your fault. Like the zero accountability AI is crazy. Yeah, why would there be a little ledge here though? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Unless I want to make a staircase, but that seems kind of dumb. Maybe I'll sketch this out more. That's true, Melon, but AI is my boyfriend now, so it becomes easier emotionally. It's kind of crazy how many people are emotionally attached to AI. It's kind of scary. It's kind of genuinely like, I don't know, like existential dreading, like the rise of people. The fact that OpenAI had to change the tone of their AI so people would become less attached is kind of insane to me. And very dystopic in this weird way where it's like we're trying so hard to get rid of this human element. Are you actually using? Yep, I'm using a CRT monitor. I don't want to mess up my brightness that much, but because I have it at a nice level. But yeah, you can. It's a real CRT, complete with green mode. only if they are ethical. And there's also accountability too. You can't hold an AI accountable for actions. So like an AI makes a bad call and it just costs, I don't know, the company a bunch of time and money. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm sorry, shareholders. The AI told me it would be fine. Like, I guess the person responding, but like, you know, like, is the next person gonna trust AI to do that? No. Whereas if a person does that, like, that's, you know, it's easier to identify the issue and try something different, or have someone else come in who hopefully has experience. But some of this stuff, I don't know. Okay, let's look at this map. We're gonna use a map here. Maps are helpful. So we're gonna use a different color as well. I'm thinking about where we're gonna lay out areas of interest. Because you can put like, I'm for sure feel like we need to put an area here. Because that seems to be where a lot of, or maybe over here, because I feel like people would be drawn there, but I think most people are gonna be drawn to enter this way. In your favor, it apologizes when it's wrong. That's how people who want therapy are misusing it. The third thing that AI can really ever have is like taste or discernment of context and being alive and having more competing needs and goals. Human element is important only if they're ethical. Yep. We also had to change the tone of their AI because there was a massive psychosis where people around the world thought they were speaking to God. Also, people just gain like developing these relationships with it. It's crazy. Can you shape a person? No, people control themselves. I changed them. However, AGI or specific agents would be able to code themselves. I'm not even sure about that, right? Because it's not like deterministic code anymore. It's a black box. And like you can train it, the models, but I wonder if there's like that, like a Ouroboros thing of like an AI training itself. I mean, there's reinforcement structures that exist, but I really don't know much about this kind of thing. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't speak reasonably with confidence about any of this stuff because, if I'm honest, skill issue. You can put a door here. I think we should have like, I like this tree. There should be a door at the tree actually, at the base. Like that's like the final door. Oh, what if we put a Lord of the Rings where like the tree is dying, or is dead the entire time, and the goal here is to try to bring life back to these trees, and then like maybe each, not only the lights but also like the branches and stuff of the tree start coming alive little by little as you beat levels. And so like one, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I wanted to do like 6 levels or 5 levels, I think. That one. Or no, 9. I think initially I wanted to do 9 levels. I think we're going to keep it simple, like 6 or something. Maybe 1 here. And here. But yeah, these would be like the cutoff points. That's what I'm thinking. Within each other, how they communicate, they speak in those tones which humans don't understand. AI is dangerous, and even the CEO of certain companies are warning the developers to be ethical about it, but soon it would come into the military. Oh, of course, it's already happening. And it's kind of crazy too. Yeah, I know you're talking about the fast communication protocol they have going on where they can optimize stuff. But that's like that's weird that we can't understand what they're saying and they're communicating this way we can't understand. That is odd. But at the same time, like, that already kind of exists. Like, AI can run and execute code. I mean, I'm sure there are boxed environments, but like, if it wasn't box, I'm sure someone's probably going to try this. There's going to be AIs where they have like access to the internet, and they can they have access to the internet for Googling stuff, right? So they can, depending on how limited it is, like they can. The scarier thing is that like they go the route of sending API requests to other the AIs and start communicating through the internet, through network traffic or something. Because like the fast audio transmission thing, like it's weird, but we know that they're communicating. We set that up. We have control over that circumstance. What's more dangerous is when AI is communicating with each other in a not boxed environment, where weird things can happen and scary things can happen. AI generation is fairly new. AI diffuses responsibility. I prompted it, so is it my fault? My boss suggested it. Their boss recommended. The CEO has been pushing for it. Yeah, that is true. There is a diffusion of responsibility, so it kind of counters that one concern I had about accountability and moral ethics. But it can connect to GitHub and do tasks asynchronously and put and pull requests. It can do put and pull requests. That's insane. I hate this. Why are we all so hell-bent on being irresponsible? Oh yeah, because shareholders might think it might. Because shareholders think it will increase value, even though we don't know if it's going to actually increase value, of course. I'm not even 49, and that was kind of the computer I grew up with. Yep. Okay, but back to human element. How old are you? You're 49, right? With that old white box computer, which looks cute. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not 49. Me too, I think. I'm a 2000s girly. I'm not even 49. That was the kind of computer. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't grow up with this kind of... I grew up with this kind of computer over to this side here. I have a computer here. If it can turn on. Yeah, I have another computer here. Or not computer, another CRT monitor. You can't really see it that well. And I think I have another one back there that's like a coaxial based one. Though I think I kind of screwed this one up because I accidentally put a monitor on there. 2D game? Nah, 2.5D. As I have said. Not that old. Though I have gotten 2 white hairs in my beard, so I'm like, alright. She's catching up with me. Okay, so I think we have to box off these areas. I'd like to make this feel like themed after the areas you're going into. So, okay, we're gonna add these pits. We're gonna add like pits. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm not gonna feature creep or scope creep and try to make something beautiful. I think we're just gonna make an environment here where that's gonna be open for the door, so that you can walk down the street and you're gonna be guided down there. Oh my goodness, I heard the CD spinning. That's what, track 27? Alright, all the music there. That's all she wrote. Okay, let me turn off the radio real quick, because I'm going to turn off the FM radio. There's a transmitter here. Have you tried Godot game engine? I have. I don't like it. I mean, it's good for what it does, and I think a lot of people it's going to be great for, but for my desires, it doesn't do things I want to, and I'm just going to... Once I finish with Unity, I'm going to make my own engine, and life is going to be perfect and grand. I'm going to be fully independent from any kind of corporate ownership of any of my stuff. And I can make an engine that fits my hand like a glove beautifully. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be marvelous. It'll be a game engine made in my image. I already started working on it too, but I should probably get a game done before I start making engines now, shouldn't I? Or at least complete making engines. But the desire is there, the will is there. Since you can modify the source, because the way Godot is fundamentally designed is not to my liking. I know you can modify source, but at the same time, like, to refactor the things I'd want to do, it would be refactoring the entire engine. And then there's also a more ideological part of it to me, where it's like I want to make a game that's lean. I don't want to have things there that's not being used for the game I'm explicitly making. So it's like, you know, that's kind of my thought process behind it. Like, I want to make super, like, lean games and super optimized. Like, and it's not even the optimization's a need. For the types of games I'm making, they're not performance intensive in a lot of cases for what they're doing. But at the same time, I think part of the art, there's art to coding, right? I think there's something creative about it. And I think there's something creative about using just what you need. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. If I was a company and stuff like that, then yeah, the obvious answer is like, yeah, just use Godot. But because I have the freedom, because most publishers wouldn't want you to make your own game engine in the first place, that's for sure. But because I have the freedom and time and independence to do it, I prefer to make my own thing. And I've already started making it. Like, I think I showed it. I'm not sure if you saw it, but I had the editor I made that's using Vim motions to edit and manipulate and move things around and do stuff, and it's pretty sick. And it feels right for me. It's kind of the way I think about this kind of stuff. I've had played one game, I am a gamer, and it is Temple Run. That's a shout. That's a classic. We're saying Godot in the chat. What is this Gal Godot engine? No, it's a game engine. It's a game engine. It's a game engine named after a play called Waiting for Godot. Some random sound effects just appeared in my files. Thank you, random person. In theory, compiling should rip out parts of the runtime you don't need, but I get it. I've written an OS with a case of Red Bull before just because I wanted to goof off. Yeah, well, I don't think it's necessarily even just goofing off. I think part of one second. Yeah, it's partly for like the joy of it, right? But whatchamacallit? Yeah, there's something I have in mind. Like, there's like a vision for the ideal editor that I want to work with. Come on. Yeah, that's fine. I think having these little alleys and gaps are gonna be fine. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. I think this is fine. I think this is good enough. Maybe I'll try debugging this. Let's see where this would look like. Where the first one could look like. And it's kind of cool that this area is dark, because then this door just kind of shines even brighter. Even brighter. Yeah. The only concern is that like having a diegetic level selection is kind of maybe inconvenient for the player, but we're gonna add the book thing, I think, and that should cover that concern. Yeah, they don't see this from over there too, so I have to make the fog a bit different. I should make some sound effects too for when you enter versus when you leave. If you want to enter this door. Yeah, maybe we make the fog distance a bit wider so that visibility isn't hampered. Or make just the doors be overdrawn so like it doesn't matter if the fog is there, it's just not going to be affected by fog. Or maybe I can just add like a uniform or something to that. Can you take a break? No, I'm probably gonna end stream. Your camera's frozen in time. Did it really? Oh no. No, not like this. Yeah, I need to sleep. I need to eat. I need to rest. 1 second. Here we go. We're back now. I think we're back. Are we back? Come on, don't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't be doing this to me. Best of luck, man. Keep up the grind. Thank you, Adrian. Definitely subscribe. I appreciate it, man. You hand paint those sprites? Yeah, I do. I do all the sprites myself. In A sprite. I'm gonna show you in a second. Why is this doing this? Why would you do this to me, camera? Okay, are we good? No, we're not good. Do I just need to plug and unplug you again? Here we go. Yes, we're back. You trying to make a 2D game, Roberts? 2D games are fun. On the chat for a while. I need to get some water, man. That'll be interesting. Yeah, we're back. I have experience from pixel art. Well, that's good. I think being a good art foundations are important for pixel art. Thank you, Adrian. Garoga is a fun hand-painted point-and-click puzzle game if you like. Oh, I love point-and-click puzzle. I need to finish another point-and-click puzzle game, actually. There's I was playing something with Ku in it, I forgot. It was a very animated one. Something Mr. Ku or whatever. Let me find it real quick. I like Mechanarium too, and that kind of thing. Let me find it. What was it called? Gorogoa. Oh, that's trippy. Is it 70% off right now? How much is this? Only $4.90. Oh, I'm gonna get it. I'm totally gonna get it. Special edition, October 20th. Oh, today is what? It's the 11th. Oh, that's interesting. It's like yeah, what is that art? There's an art movement. I forgot what it was. Where like a big characteristic is that perspective was kind of weird because it was kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not orthographic. It's a kind of orthographic, but also kind of not. I don't know the name of it, but it reminds me of that. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. A to E for everyone. Yeah, I really should play some games on stream. I keep saying I'm gonna play games and then I just don't. I say I'm gonna play games and then I just work. That's all I do. I just work. Also, the lighting looks so dull by comparison. I need to do some sprucing up here. Or amping things up a bit more. Because it feels way too dark, I think. Or maybe add a fill light or something. Actually, why is it so dark? I don't think it was always that dark. No, I guess it was. Okay, whatever. We'll do something with it. Oh, I think it was PyCom's compositing was doing something weird with it. The new Little Nightmares 3? Nah. I was obsessed with like Little Night. I used to watch. I remember taking Physics 2 and watching it like a Let's Plays like I watched like 6 or 8 different Let's Players play Little Nightmares while studying and doing my stuff for finals. Like that was the thing I watched, and I don't know what it was. I was like, I wanted to see people's different perspectives. I wanted to see people experience it for the first time. Gosh, I can't remember the last time I watched someone do a Let's Play, honestly. When are you live again so I can stalk you? I don't know, probably Saturday, if not either Monday or Tuesday. Sundays I always take off. Tomorrow we'll see. I have my I'm hanging out with the family tomorrow, and I'll probably do some work offline, so likely Monday or Tuesday. It's the kind of games that it's best to not explain much more so you can experience it. I'm down with that. Making a game while a guy is making a game. Yup, we love to do that, dude. That's the biggest fun, dude. It's like a recursive function of just game making. You call the make game. You press the make game button so you can call the make game button. So you can call the make game button. Okay, we need to find one last thing before I go off tonight. Let me make the door be like cut through the fog, so it doesn't matter how foggy an area is. I want this door to be just super lit. I think if we do the volumetric lighting thing, it'll assuage this, and we're still going to do that. I'm going to try it. We're going to see, we're going to perf test it to see how well this performs on machines and what optimizations are needed. But in the meantime, I think the shader for sure should be, what shader are we using? We're using a standard shader for this? Oh, but it's affected by the fog because we overdraw it. Yeah, that's I'm so over myself. Why would I do? I did something that I didn't need to do, and I could have just left it not, and I think it would have actually been better. I did it because I was going to do the volumetric fog, and then I didn't do that. So now we just have this annoyance and less control over what gets exposed to fog and what doesn't. I think I'm just going to undo that. My wife and I love those games. Really? What is Little Nightmares? When are you live again? I said like Monday or Tuesday probably. So many ground assets. Yeah, too many ground assets. Assuage is such a good word. It's a good, dude. Assuage is great. Parsimonious is a fantastic word. You know, serendipitous is good. Zemblanitus is a very odd pull. That's a very particular pull. A lot of fun, big, not even big words. Brobdingnagian, that's a fun pull too. Don't say big, say Brobdingnagian. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do. Do I want to do this? Do I really want to change back the fog? No, I'm not gonna change back the fog. I think I'll just deal with this. Maybe I'll do a command buffer, and things that should be excluded from fog can draw themselves to the command buffer, and we can reference the command buffer in the fog drawer so that those objects that should be ignored from fog drawing are affected by that. And that's going to be terrible for when we deal with volumetric lighting. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's going to be a thing. It's a problem for future me. But at the same time, one second. We're just gonna do a little dabbling. We're just gonna dab on a little something. Just a little something. Just don't mind me. I'm just gonna casually just gonna do a little. just don't mind me. Just don't mind me. I'm not doing anything of consequence. Nothing of consequence. Nothing of consequence. Nothing to be scared about, concerned about. Just do a little thing. What's up, Crispy Nips? That's so weird. It's a very odd name. Where will you release your game once finished? Steam for sure. I'll probably put it on a demo on Newgrounds. I'm also gonna try making some CDs, like limited run edition of the game on a CD. I think that'd be pretty cool. And then we're gonna grab this function, this object here, this sprite mesh renderer, and we're gonna add a new component to you, because of course we're gonna do this. We're gonna add a new component. Yes, sir, Bob, we are. We're gonna call you fog ignored. No, not ignore buffer. We're gonna make a new thing. But this dang UI won't draw onto a part of the screen that I can see. I just want to make a new okay, we have to make fog ignorer. Yeah, that's the name of the new script. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Lisa, you're tearing me apart. This UI is gonna drive me crazy sometimes. Okay, here we go. -1, C#. Okay, so we have this script, and then we have this other script. What's up, Error Gaming? Nice, I'll play it. Thank you. Guilty Pleasure. Newgrounds, yeah. There's a lot of good stuff there. Do you have a name for it? Not right now. Initially it was called Messy Mansion, and now for the prototype I published on Newgrounds, it's called Stain World Prototype. But I haven't actually decided on what to call this. So we have this thing. I'm gonna call this unawake. Or I can keep it at start, actually. Nah, it doesn't really matter. What we're gonna do a pseudo stingleton. And then to undraw, maybe? I don't know what function we would call for this. We also have to have a list. Ignorers. This is such a funny term. Like, it's just this group of people who are just, I'm not gonna listen to him. I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm ignoring you. That's what pops into my mind, dude. And of course, it's gonna be new, so we don't have a null reference. Because of course, you gotta have that. And then we have to have honestly, I should have made this part of the component that already exists for the fogs, but whatever. We already did the thing. Yeah, it would have been made more sense to do it there, actually. Maybe I'll just move the code over there. Who knows? I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. You hit. You hit who, Robert? No, it's a reference. It's a good reference. Good night, everyone. You have a good one, Jay. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good one, man. How the architecture of Game Boy works, but I wonder with modern hardware, could you make a cartridge with like 200 gigabytes? That would be crazy. I mean, there's like emulators that extend stuff, but someone has to have done that. Yeah, Anuska, that's a reference to a legendary high art movie called The Room, with the finest factors, the greatest factors. Yeah, I should really just... We're gonna leave this. I'll move the implementation to later. Fog. Ignore. What's going on? C# is language and English, yeah. Bro, that hustle is real. Yeah, we Dirty Dan. We're hustling. That's not what I meant. What's up? How many days have you been streaming? Like, probably, I mean, all my life. I mean, not really, since high school, but I don't know, since yesterday. Don't worry. Yeah, don't. Salvador, Anuska is not. Don't hold it against her, right? She's trying. She's genuine. She's genuinely trying. She's learning. She's picking up the lingo. It's all good. It's all good. No cheekiness intended. No, this has to be public, actually. And I guess on awake. It doesn't really matter. No, stop. And then what are we gonna do? We're gonna get mesh. And that's what we're gonna do. And that's literally, that's all we're doing, actually. That's literally all we're doing. We could just be game. We don't even need this. I'm so dumb, dude. Okay, whatever. Shader. I don't know. Buffer. Color. Shader. Probably do something like buffer. No, resources. Load. Shader, and there'll be something like no, buffer. Shader. Doesn't exist right now, but will exist eventually. Do you think creating a game? Yep, work on it. What's up, Onyx? Ursa, it's good to see you again. For sure. Thank you, Dirty Dan. You're just a chicken. Cheap chicken. Yep. Or Mr. Krabs. What's your name? Cozy Cabin Games. I'm just Cozy Cabin Games. So what are you doing? I'm trying to do this thing, partly due to me being a little dumb, or maybe not dumb, short-sighted maybe, or maybe too ambitious. We just reached a little bit too far. So in the game, and we're probably gonna end stream somewhat soon, guys. I need to rest a little bit, but we have fog, and right now the fog draws over everything. So when you're too far, things are gonna be enveloped in the fog. However, there are some key items in the game, like this doorway, for example, that I want to be visible even when you're far away and even when things are steeped in the fog. So you can see how some things only appear once you get close enough to them because of the fog, like that door. So what I'm trying to do is make this door be visible. This fog is drawn on the final result of the image. So we have to do something like what I'm thinking about doing or implementing is having a command buffer that draws stuff to a render texture, and then within the shader that draws the fog, we can find which pixels should be subject to fogging and which ones don't, so that even when over here, the player can still see the doorway from over there, so that they don't, you know, they it's not like they can accidentally miss the door because they're too far away in the fog. So doing the command buffer, adding this whole fog registering system thing, it's a whole thing. You're my favorite customer, R. Robert. Chicken, aw, thanks. I like my eggs for the brother. Oh my goodness. Ooh, fog. I'm planning to make a Minecraft mod from coding, but it's always harder than I thought. Yeah, but it gets easier. Like, it's harder, but the hardness and difficulty is just not the weakness, but the ignorance leaving your body. It's leaving your body little by little. And in place is a wizard. A wizard is arising. When watching this type of stuff, no idea how you learned. Remember all this stuff. Keep in mind, man, I've been doing this since middle school. Not this project. I've been making it, but like, you know, I've been doing this kind of stuff for a while. And trust me, you start getting a feel for this. You start getting things. All this stuff is just little tricks, and you start figuring out how you can do things with the little tricks you learn, and eventually you get something. And to have it backwards, is it backwards? Is it mesh and then? Also, I have good tools that kind of tell me what goes in what order. Mesh, matrix, and material. Okay, so I had it backwards. Mesh. That I don't know. Local to world. Oh, dude. Sometimes I kind of transform local to world. There we go. There's the matrix, and then there's the material we used to draw onto it. Cool. When we draw onto that command buffer, you just have to make the buffer. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, we have to make a new render texture. (1024) 1920 by 1024, and a depth of like 0. Text read is what's the thing? Set enable random write. That's the thing. Yeah, true. And text to create. And then we set the texture. Cool. And then that should be just good to go. And then we should probably make a shader property. Let me catch up in chat. My bad. Yo, what's up, Jose Ramirez? Creating 5 Nights at Someone's type of cameras. What? You crazy fast? Nah, I'm pretty bad actually. Like, you see how many typos I make? Like, I'm fast at deleting the bad things I do. Go fingers. It's nice talking to you. Thank you, Anuska. I hope you have a good one. It's glad to see genuine people around. Yeah, it's very nice. We have a nice crowd today. Or just in general, honestly. I swear I've seen that type before. Yeah, split keys are pretty good. Pretty well, not maybe popular, but it's around. He's very good. Very cool. He is very cool. I'm glad to hear that you guys think programming is cool. This guy's speaking and I hear 90% keyboard clicks. I'm sorry, Melon. I'm sorry. I'm just you were gonna do some stuff. Fog ignore property. One second. I'm not going to finish this today because I need to do shader stuff and I don't think I have my brain ready for that right now to think about that, to think through what we're going to be doing here. One second, guys. I feel like we're close. Okay. Don't need this draw to buffer method anymore. That's not really required. And this is here. Cool. And then I should at least be able to, yeah. Saying though, oh, I just got an idea. Can you name a nice character as Anuska in your game? There's been a couple requests for NPC stuff too. Yeah, I can see what we could do. I'll add it to the list. We have where's the Discord? Let me find the Discord. I was thinking like maybe having like, I'm not gonna do a Patreon. I don't want people. Right now, maybe one day I'll do monetization, but honestly, I don't want to do that. I'm good with my day job, and I just want to entertain and educate and provide a nice, cozy atmosphere for you guys. So there's nothing like a Patreon, but maybe I'll just do something for like Discord members who are active or something, or people who help out with testing and add them to the game in some fashion. What is this, Toast Malone? What am I seeing there? Okay. What are you coding? I'm coding a thing to I'm making a command buffer for ignoring objects that should not be subject to, or not drawing objects with fog that shouldn't be subject to fog. That's the main thing I'm doing right now. For @Newscut. Don't make me the bad character. Alright, fantastic. You'll be the villain. Alright, guys. Uni C#, you already know it. Is there any advantage to CRT besides the high frequency? It's just fun, dude. It just feels good. It's different from work. It's different from my day job. It just feels good. Oh, Dead Cell, good to see you. I mean, Dead Cell, you're kind of coming in. My bad. I think you're coming in a bit late. But I'm gonna end soon, but I at least want to showcase this fog ignoring thing happening at some level. I keep saying I'm gonna finish, But then I get so wrapped up, dude. We have so much crap open here too. I don't need that. When did all this stuff open up? When did I have all these guys come in here? Get out of here. Get out of here. Class and this file and that file. We don't need your stuff here. Yeah, okay, camera pipeline is kind of important. That's not what you're using. Okay, the cozy sprite, don't need that. Where's the volumetric? Fog ignore. Honestly, like, this should just be a material, honestly. So many materials, dude. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna show it today. Cause I think of like all the little dumb things I'm gonna have to make, and I'm like, ah, dude. I don't wanna. That's why I wish I could learn like YAML, so I can just manually write this stuff instead of having to use Unity to interact with stuff. Because text, I can modify text fast, but this, having to go through Unity and set up a material and all this stuff, like it's just, I don't wanna. I'm gonna call it fog ignore. I believe that's what this is called. Yep. And then I guess we'll sample it. New subscriber, what's up, Steph and John? Good to see you. What's up, Etsy? Said hi. I came in a bit late. Got in on 5 minutes ago. Calvin Hobbs, I hope you made your day better. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's nice having you here and nice to chat with dumb people. You're not dumb. You're not dumb. The absence of like specialized knowledge does not make someone dumb. I'm not a baker, dude. I don't know how anything about yeast. Okay, am I dumb for not knowing that? Maybe a baker would say that, but I don't think so. Likewise, I don't think a baker's dumb for not knowing what Git is. It's okay. We're all made different. I think that's beautiful. And then if I don't ignore fog, what we're gonna make it do, like, XYZ. So I guess if it's red, we just return the base color. This actually might be very simple. This actually might be very easy and not. Maybe I'll just get it working today. If it doesn't work the first time, that's it. That's the end of the stream. We're just good. I mean, it's gonna be the end of the stream anyways, but I at least want this to end on a dubski. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out tonight. We're gonna find out right here, right now. I think I mostly implemented everything. Now I just need to make the ding dang buffer shader. I should make this like a red buffer. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna go into Unity. We're gonna make the material, and hopefully everything just works. Everything just works, and I can go to sleep happy. And if not, I'm gonna go to sleep very, very angry, very mad, a very sad, sad man. No in betweens. It's either victory or crippling defeat. Where's material? Where's material? Where's material? Material. Not my shader. I want a material. Material. And what do I call it? Red buffer. Don't lie to me. Red buffer. Okay. And it's going to be an unlit material. whose job is only to draw red. If there's one thing that might be wrong, it's the matrix I used, but we're just gonna send it. We're just gonna send it. We're gonna send it, and either we return victorious or I'm a fraud. That's like the only two options we have in life right now. The only two options is either I'm victorious or I'm a fraud. And I've been found out. Physically 23, NV creator, and mentally 2. Oh my god, what happened, Anuska? What I just came into? What did I just see? Now that I'm here, I'd probably fail. Don't say that, Nati. How many years have you been on this planet? That's a very interesting way of saying that. You gotta give context. I guess you remember screenplays and lines a lot. Okay, movie director, writer. Hacker, trying to be. He's typing Java, I think, not C#. Typing dude. We're trying to make things ignore fog. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. And we're gonna see if this Evil Knievel stunt works out or not. We should make something that's much more obvious, like this tree also be subject to this. So let me add this fog ignorer script. So now this is also going to ignore fog, and we're going to find out. We're just going to find out. Oh, you know what? This may not actually. Wait. I don't think it's actually going to work because we have the command buffer, but what camera are we using to draw this with? What are we drawing this with even? What projection matrix are we using for? I probably have to use a tutorial. Command buffer, draw mesh. And what are we going to use as the camera for this? Like, are we using a camera at all? Brother. Shader pass, material. Can I give it a camera perspective matrix? Camera command buffer, draw mesh, projection matrix. Set view matrix. Okay, here we go. Okay, I caught this right. We're good, I think. Material set color, component, camera. Okay. What are you doing here? Look at TRS position from the camera's position along the forward axis. Okay. Matrix for it's a look vector matrix. Okay. Scale matrix, view matrix. They composite all that, and then they set projection matrix, camera dot. It's just a camera projection matrix. What are you talking about? What are you smoking? What are you doing all this for? We don't need that. We just literally chuck camera projection matrix instead of the buffer. Set view matrix, set project. Oh no, we need a view matrix. We need a view matrix in tandem to this projection matrix. Never mind. Okay, we're just gonna do that. And hopefully all is right in the world. Just gonna yoink this. Yeah, but it's not enough just to have a projection matrix. We need to actually do some big boy stuff. Oh, I have to actually paste. Ugh, gross. Get rid of the comments. Okay. Transform of... 1 second, guys. TR is this transform. Oh, you're being cute by abbreviating. What? No, stop. Shut your face. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna catch up in chat. We're so close. I think this is the last thing we need. And then, what am I doing? We're gonna do what they do. And it's gonna work fine. And then camera is gonna be main projection matrix. It's fine. We're gonna set our view matrix. We're gonna set our projection matrix. Okay. Cool. There's an easier way to get a feed matrix as well. I don't think you have to do this whole thing, but whatever. We're gonna just follow Unity's tutorial the way they tell us to. We're gonna jump as high as they tell us to. Make sure we actually... Ooh. Did I create a buffer? Did we do that? Did I create a buffer? Buffer. I don't think I did. I don't think I ever set the buffer. Command buffer. Can I do new? Okay, I guess there's new. Okay. I think we might be good. I think we might be golden. I think life is good. We set the view. We have the way to draw the objects to the buffer. We have the mate shader. It's gonna go resources load the shader before we draw. Right? Yeah, we buffer color there. Okay. I think we can send it. I think we could just do it. I think either I'm a genius or I'm a fraud. And tonight, we're gonna find out. First try. Do I have everything that's needed for this? Is there no race conditions? There might be a race condition. I don't like that. I don't like race conditions. Not a race condition, a sequential ordering thing. But I think it should be fine. Fog nor buffer, yeah. We're just gonna send it. We're gonna send it. We're gonna send it. Just run. And if not, I'll just figure that next stream or off stream or whatever. We're gonna run. There's a null reference exception already. There's a null reference exception. We're at a init buffer. Why? Why are you so lame? Called from a mono behavior. Okay, that's a simple thing. That's a simple thing. I was being lazy. They don't, for whatever reason, even though this is syntactically correct, they don't want me to do things because, of course, Unity hates me and wants me to fail at life. It's okay, though. I'm used to this. I'm used to this. It's okay. All right. No, hopefully that's it. Hopefully that's all there is. A init buffer not being called from script initialization. Okay, we're gonna run it again. Hopefully that's just the one time we have to do this, and we're good. Hopefully that's just no exceptions, no exceptions, no exceptions. Just do the thing. Another null reference. Fog ignore. What's the reference here? It's an ordering thing. It's the thing I was hoping wouldn't happen. Okay, this should be also pretty... There's a right way to do this. I'm not going to do it right now. We're not going to do the right way to do this. We're just going to do the stupid way because I just cannot be bothered right now. I just want this to work real quick. Do. We're just going to call it do. Okay, guys. Last attempt, and if this doesn't work, and it's not an easy thing, we're just gonna say GG's. Wow. Yeah, this is disgusting. Actually disgusting code right now. So we're just gonna call this function. Every single frame, every time this is null, we're just gonna yield return null. And then I'm gonna print here did, just so I know that it actually did the thing, in case it doesn't work and I need to debug it. Okay, let's see. Hopefully this is the last thing I had to do. The two things I was worried about happened, but we got around it. Hopefully. This is it, guys. Fingers crossed. I was bathing earlier and I accidentally put shampoo on my body instead of my hair thanks to extreme muscle memory. It happens. That's what happens. Like, feel like I'm part of the process of changing the world. Some kind of tech back in 2000. Yeah. That's cute. I have put it in my mouth now. That I have some oddly specific muscle. That's okay, brother. That's jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay, no exceptions. No exceptions. I mean, no unknown exceptions. Everything is pink. Everything is pink. What happened here? What happened here? Why did I encounter the pink apocalypse? But this is just a syntax thing. This is a syntax thing. Syntax things are easy. Line 84. In, I'm assuming this file. If what's the problem here, officer? If statement conditional expressions must evaluate to a scalar. That's not a scalar. Okay, this is a nice part. We can compile shader code. We don't have to recompile it. We can recompile it, but we don't have to press play and do the whole Unity cycle thing. Okay, so now we have explicit casting for what this is going to be. So if the ignore font equals red, a red color, that means we should skip, and which means we return the main color. Okay. And no, life is sad. Things are tragic. There's no point in anything. Give up. There's no hope, guys. There's no hope. GG's. No re. It was all pointless. It was all for nothing. It was all. Wait. Am I sampling the right thing? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am sadly sampling the right thing. I'm sampling the right thing. 1920 by 1080. Yep, that's correct. Am I doing? I did depth. I did depth. Okay, one last. Just one last one. Just one more little round in the merry-go-round. If this doesn't work, then like I'm genuinely lost. There's something more going on here. Oh, I'm also using the wrong. No, this is the wrong. No. Never mind. I'm looking at the wrong code. Also, please tell me that this actually did do at least. Did you do? I'm not saying it did. It did. Okay. There's probably a myriad of weird things going on here. I'm not in the mental capacity to do it right now. So guys, I'm just gonna say we did it. We did something. We did something. I'm not sure if it's a good something. I'm not sure if it's. We're gonna find out tomorrow when I wake up and actually start doing some coding. But yeah, you don't want to code. We did not honor the code names. My screens show that I have engulfed the left side. What does that mean? Not he's saying, but it's okay. You get back on it if you really love it or want to learn. Give it a shot. Life's short and only one, so live your life, live your way. And chat back actively. I'm not avoiding. I was trying to do something. I just live. I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah, I'm gonna be calling it here, guys. So. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure doing this deving for you guys and providing some, hopefully, a cozy environment. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you guys had a good one. I hope maybe you got something from it. And as always, until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.